Good evening. Welcome to the July 2020 meeting of the Arlington County Planning Commission. A lot has happened since we last met in March 2020. We lost our friend and former PC colleague, Eric Gutschall. We're facing as a world a global pandemic. We hope everyone is staying safe and well, and our thoughts and prayers are with everyone. We've also seen protests elevating discussions of systemic racism. As members of the Planning Commission, we've done some soul searching and discussion among ourselves, and we've crafted a statement. This will take about 2.5 minutes. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We of the Arlington County Planning Commission condemn the murders of George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and other Black Americans. These killings are the outgrowth of centuries of intentional social and legal policies that have had the result of dehumanizing and disadvantaging people of color in this country. We do not condone racial injustice, and we emphatically support initiatives aimed at creating a more equitable future. Systemic racism appears in many guises. The racist use of land use law and policy has been one of the foundational causes of inequality in our nation. The legal basis for land use regulation in our nation, including zoning, is the general legal power of a given jurisdiction to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of its residents. And yet, that power has often been used contrary to those purposes in a way that is systematically racist. Restrictive deed covenants barred African Americans and others from new housing developments and entire neighborhoods for decades. Zoning laws resulted in African Americans and other people of color being concentrated within parts of a community. Finance laws limited access to home loans and thus the development of generational wealth. And public works planning tore apart or isolated communities through infrastructure location. Arlington has not escaped these effects, and its land use law and policy remain areas that require revision and amendment. The Planning Commission acknowledges that systemic racism has the potential to exist wherever there is authority to regulate health, safety, and welfare. Zoning, planning, and land use are no more or less vulnerable to systemic racism than law enforcement. Public officials and political institutions must consistently choose to specifically and deliberately question and work against those systemic inequities, or they will inevitably and necessarily adopt policies shaped by them. The Commission is regularly focused on impacts of our land use law and policy and on how to address and correct the structural injustices resulting from both. This work requires input from diverse views and backgrounds, both on the Commission and in broader civic engagement for us to fulfill our role of hearing and identifying all interests in advising the County Board. This includes careful consideration of the equity implications of any development or land use policy proposal. More needs to be. We are committed to making Arlington's land use laws and policies equitable for all Arlingtonians and to support efforts to bring diverse voices to our processes. This statement contains further information on land use policy and systemic racism. Resources will be on our website and with this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. We will have some changes forthcoming to address this more proactively. In the meantime, we expect to have this statement posted on our webpage as possible. On a positive note, we want to welcome a new member to the Planning Commission. Leo Sarli joins us. He was a member of the Arlington Commission for the Arts, more recently a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, and he's a practicing architect working here in Arlington and DC. This month, July, we have one evening scheduled for our public hearings. Some items I'm required to share with you now. For the safety of our staff and residents, we are holding this meeting virtually, a first for this commission. Welcome to our commissioners, county staff, applicants, and community members who are all joining us remotely. We are legally authorized to hold this virtual meeting based on the governor's executive orders, legislation adopted by the Virginia General Assembly, and the County Board's Continuity of Operations Ordinance adopted in March 2020. Before we begin, I have a few specifics to orient everyone to our virtual environment. Today's meeting is available as a broadcast with closed captioning on Comcast Xfinity channels 25 and 1085, Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40, and the county website. Audio of today's meeting is available via phone. If commissioners, presenters, or speakers lose their internet connectivity during today's meeting, please reconnect with us by phone. I understand you can use the number provided in the Teams invite. And registered speakers have received Ms. Johnson's telephone number and their speaker registration confirmation. For other presenters and speakers joining us through Microsoft Teams, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called upon. Please turn off the sound to any other devices around you to minimize interference. When called upon to speak, you must unmute yourself. I cannot do that by clicking on the microphone icon that is located on your meeting command bar. If you are dialing in by phone, press *6 to unmute. Commissioners, when you want to be recognized to speak, please unmute your microphone to signal your interest, and I will call upon you in order. I also plan to call upon you in alphabetical order for your comments on specific items. Public speakers, you will be called upon by the clerk at an assigned time. Pre-registration to speak at today's hearing was required. We're not able to accommodate additional speakers. Public comment will take place within the same time frames as we would provide at an in-person meeting. Speakers will have 3 minutes to comment as individuals and 5 minutes to speak if representing an organization. A speaking timer will be displayed on screen by our clerk. If you are dialing in by phone and unable to see the screen, we will provide an audible warning when 30 seconds are remaining. You will be muted when your time has concluded. The meeting chat is active for presenters or commissioners who need technical assistance only. Do not use the meeting chat for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for additional information. All public comment must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. Lastly, this is a public forum. Today's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county website. All information associated with today's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to Freedom of Information Act requirements. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first item?
Our first item for the evening is an informational item only on the CIP for FY 2021. We have DMF staff, Karen Talley, who will be presenting this item to us this evening.
Welcome, Ms. Talley.
Karen, are you muted?
Karen, are you there?
Yes, sorry about that. Everything went out. Yes, sorry.
Welcome,
Good
Ms.
evening.
Talley.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Karen Talley, and I'm the Capital Budget Coordinator in the Department of Management and Finance. In the interest of time this evening, I'll be presenting a condensed version of the CIP PowerPoint presentation that we submitted to you earlier. Next slide, please. The pandemic has affected how we see our economic outlook and budget, and that includes our FY21 CIP. As the county manager has stated in previous briefings presented to the county board and the school board, given the significant financial and economic impacts, we've decided that rather than propose a 10-year CIP, we'll take a pause and propose a 1-year CIP that focuses on only the critical projects that are necessary. We're not the only organization with these challenges. Many of our funding partners at Metro or at the state level are also facing this uncertainty. We do not know what the financial horizon will look like beyond the very near term. So we've laid out a timeline here, starting with the 1-year CIP for fiscal 2021. The board has already had the public hearing last week. That'll be followed by a work session this week on Thursday. The board will adopt at the July board meeting on July 18th, and then there will be a bond referendum in November of this fall. Next year, we're hoping to move to a midway plan and have a 4 to 6 year CIP. I'd like to highlight that we also have a bond referendum planned for next November 2021. It's been over 30 years since we've had a bond referendum in the odd year, but it will be needed in order to pay for our major commitments, particularly Metro. We're hoping to be back on our regular 10-year cycle in fiscal year 2023. Next slide. We want to highlight the principles the county manager used as he developed the proposed CIP. First was to continue projects currently underway, particularly where contracts have been signed or construction has begun. Some of the major projects underway include Jenny Dean Park, Fire Station 8 on Lee Highway, Lubber Run Community Center, and Long Bridge. Each of these projects are progressing well, and we plan to continue with them. Next is to prioritize projects that address failing or end-of-life infrastructure. Some of these projects were not included in the last CIP, but have become important since. An example of that is the West Glee Bridge or the pedestrian bridges that were impacted by last July's storm. Third, we have regional and legal commitments, and Metro is one of our most obvious investments there. We have been and continue to address how we work in reaction to the pandemic. For projects that will address social distancing in the workplace post-COVID, we've made investments to our facilities and technology programs for projects that did not exist before this moment. The biggest item in this CIP is the investment in the stormwater program. Last year, after the July 8th storms and the damage caused, the manager committed to engage in planning and rigorous analysis of the problem. We've spent a lot of time with the community to date, and the proposed plan is for FY21 and additional out years. We're requesting over $50 million on the November 2021 bond referendum to help fund the infrastructure improvements. And finally, the body-worn camera program is new this year and will require both operating and capital funding. The plan is to start the program in January 2021, and the funding included will provide cameras to the police, sheriff, and fire marshal's office. This funding will also include upgrades to hardware and equipment, as well as to 4 courtrooms and the in-car camera system. Next slide, please. In this slide, you will see all of the major areas of investment we're continuing to make. While this is only a 1-year CIP and we're only making modest new investments, we're still funding the various county infrastructure and facility projects and all of the back-end services that support our community needs. We're investing at a level to maintain our assets in good working order. It's important to maintain at least a modest level of investment in our assets so that we do not begin to develop a backlog of projects that will prove difficult to fund in coming years. Next slide, please. This slide works to show all of the various ways we pay for our CIP. The CIP proposes funding of almost $278 million from a variety of sources. If you focus on the gray section of the chart, you will see that over half of the CIP is funded with previously approved funding. As you may know, most capital projects are completed across multiple fiscal years. As a result, for certain large projects, it may take a 2 to 3 year timeline to build up dollars to fully fund and execute projects. As mentioned earlier, one of the major guidelines of this CIP is completing existing projects. So that is also why you will see such a large portion of the funding portfolio coming from previously approved dollars. The final point, and an important one, is that the majority of capital funds are legally restricted in use. So when talking about the choices that have been made in funding, it's important to understand how and where the funding can be used. So whether it be a dedicated tax source like the commercial industrial tax for transportation or the sanitary district tax for our stormwater projects, our state and federal sources that can only be used for specific programs or projects, or that part projects can't be used for transportation projects or vice versa. All of this helps to set the foundation for how and why we fund the CIP the way that we do. Next slide, please. So the bond referenda that the manager is proposing to be voted on this fall, you'll see at the bottom of the slide is for close to $92 million for county projects. In addition, schools has proposed and the school board has approved a referenda of almost $54 million, which is under consideration by the county board. The biggest highlight of this referenda is for stormwater for $51 million. This is the first time we've included stormwater in the bond referenda to request voters to approve the significant amount of funding for the investments that need to be made in the county's stormwater system. I want to note that the stormwater bonds are funded with the Stormwater Fund and its dedicated taxes. The stormwater bonds do not count against the county's 10% cap on debt service, which includes schools' debt service as a percent of general government expenditures. The next largest category is Metro at $21 million, where we have our regional and legal commitments that we make along with other jurisdictions in Virginia, Maryland, and DC. Also, transportation investments of over $8.5 million for the paving of our roads and bridge maintenance. And finally, we have modest investments in our public government facilities and local parks to maintain our existing assets and infrastructure. Again, we're not including many new projects as in previous years, but as I mentioned earlier, really focusing on projects that are critical in meeting legal or regional commitments or maintaining our assets in good repair. Next slide, please. So I won't spend a lot of time on these next two slides other than to speak to each program at a high summary level. Metro is mostly in line with the funding included in the previous CIP. Of the $30 million, $20 million is included for voter approval in the fall referenda, and the balance is from state transit aid. The stormwater program is just over $14.5 million for fiscal year 21 and includes a request for referenda authority of $50 million that will span across the next few fiscal years for some of the larger infrastructure projects. The utilities fund is included at $42 million and is funded with the utility rate. The investment allows for the systematic and strategic replacement and improvement of the utility infrastructure system. One of the highlights in the program is a $5 million project to begin the upgrade and replacement of the solids handling process at the plant that's in line with the solids master plan. The transportation program is a total $155 million with the breakout that you see between the Complete Streets program and the transit program. Major highlights here include the street improvement and paving programs, bridge maintenance and renovations, various facilities for art, including transit stations and metro station entrances. Next slide, please. For parks, there's a total investment of $5.5 million, and there is a focus on the replacement of pedestrian bridges and trail and field replacement and improvements. The Public Government Facilities Program is funded at $12 million, and the funding themes include roof replacements, HVAC system upgrades, and replacements and funding to address workspace needs post-COVID. The technology program at $11 million also has funding to address technology needs post-COVID. The funding also covers end-of-life replacement for technology assets and infrastructure for the county's business needs. And finally, the public safety program also includes funding for end-of-life equipment replacement, along with the funding for the body-worn camera program and the in-car camera system. Next slide, please. So this last slide shows the timeline moving forward for the CIP. We have the proposed CIP that was on June 16th. We have coming up this week a general government work session this coming Thursday, July 9th, and the board will be approving the final CIP at the July 18th board meeting. That will also include the board approving the proposed bond referenda language. The voters will consider the bond referenda in November, and we plan to have our next CIP, a 4 to 6 year plan, next spring 2021. We're hoping at that time to have a better sense of where some of our other external funding partners are with their funding and what our final financial horizon looks like so that we're able to have a more robust and involved process. This finalizes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Talley. This is not an action item, therefore we have no public speakers. The matter is with the commission. Commissioner Lantelmi, you were taking the lead on this. Did you want to give a couple of comments or share the comments that you might have already received from commissioners?
I've had no comments from the committee. I did have one question, which we haven't gotten an answer yet on. But other than that, there have been no comments from anyone else. Okay. And as you saw, when I circulated, this was considered by the Transportation Commission. They voted 7-3 in favor of recommending this budget.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Commissioner Lantelmi will be drafting a letter from the commission. Although we don't vote on this or take any other action, we do traditionally send a letter with general support. Thank you. With no comments, we'll move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, would you?
Wait,
Commissioner Hughes?
Mr. Hughes.
Commissioner Hughes has a question,
Thank
and
you.
Commissioner Ware.
Yeah.
Sarah, Commissioner Steinberger, if you could turn your camera off for now, please. Thank you. There we go.
Commissioner Hughes, then Commissioner Ware.
Thank you, Commissioner Gearing. As I've always noted in our CIP discussion, the item of most concern for me, and more importantly, now that we've moved to breaking of our tradition of a 10-year CIP on our cycle, the absence with it, in my audio, okay, the absence, the absence within the CIP of the access road between Hoffman Boston Elementary School and the Army Navy Country Club, which is time limited and a duration that will expire if the county does not act, remains a concern I have. It was expressed to me by former Commissioner Jean, who's passed on. This is something that is critical for the investment of this county. It is going to cost a lot of money because it is a steep road. It's going to take a lot of time for engineering. And now we are no longer tracking this road, which is the most concerning thing for me, because its annual recurrence as a deferred project at least gave me hope that it would one day be done. This commission received the easement from the country club with the approval of its new facility. And the fact that this has now been removed and its tracking mechanism within our county is now just gone, leaves the opportunity for it to never return. And so I wanted to make that in the public sphere so that it's known. And I remain committed that the road improvements there accessing Hoffman Boston Elementary would and should constitute a transportation improvement in the Pentagon Crystal City area and therefore be accountable to the county for its improvements that were required from the Amazon deal. Thank you, Commissioner Gearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Lantelmi, did you get enough information to include something in our letter?
Yes, I have that, and I will also consult further with Commissioner Hughes to make sure we get the comments made forwarded properly.
Commissioner Ware?
Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to associate myself with Commissioner Hughes' comments, which I consider extremely measured given the nature of the situation. And if I were the first one to make them, probably would use words I'd regret. I really do think that we can't drop the ball on this, and that is from where I'm sitting. It looks like the ball isn't just being accidentally dropped, but it looks like a decision has been made to drop it, which is extremely concerning for me. What I'm hoping that the question I have for Commissioner Lantelmi, I believe you said 6-3. I would be interested in a little bit of information on what that's a handful of people. I'd be interested in a little bit of a synthesis on what their concerns were that led them to oppose any recommendation.
Yeah. The easement, the Army Navy easement did not come up. That was not one of the issues before the Transportation Commission that was raised. There was concern by some of the commissioners that this is shortchanging some of the other modes, and felt that these should have more emphasis on non-automotive modes of transportation.
Thank you very
much.
Commissioner Weir, did you have other comments or questions on this?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Scrolling through to see if there are any other hands up or unmuted microphones from my fellow commissioners. Seeing none, we will move on to the next item. Commissioner Lantemi, thank you for taking the lead on the letter. Commissioners, feel free to reach out to him if you have additional comments or concerns. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next item?
Ms. Johnson, are you need to unmute?
I am so sorry. Let me start all over again. Thank you. Item number 2A and B. A is the PDSP 106, the Phase Development Site Plan Amendment for WETA. And 2B is for the Site Plan 106 Amendment for WETA. We have Peter Schultz, our planning staff, to present this item. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a site plan amendment and a PDSP amendment to facilitate the construction of an addition for WETA. This has been a long time coming, and fortunately this is we hope to bring this to the county board at their July meeting, along with the other items, including the economic development incentive package and real estate transaction. The applications made by WETA are the phase development site plan amendment to the Shirlington Phase Development Site Plan and a site plan amendment for an office building addition at the existing WETA headquarters at 3939 Campbell Avenue in Shirlington. As a reminder of the location, the existing office building is to the south of the box that says site. The site actually is, you'll see in the applicant slides and my slides, a courtyard that is between an above-grade parking garage, private courtyard, and the existing six-story office building that was constructed in the late 1980s. And it is at the gateway of Shirlington, where Campbell Avenue and Quincy Street and 395 meet. As a reminder, one part of the background up to this site plan is that currently WETA's television studios are in the middle of the planned, expanded, and renovated Jenny Dean Park, and it is this square building right in the center of Phase 1. The applicant is proposing to vacate that space and move the television studios into the proposed new addition, thus allowing Phase 2 to continue with added amenities to Jenny Dean Park in conformance with the adopted park master plan. Just as a brief reminder of the GLUP and zoning, which you'll talk about more about in depth in Shirlington later, but it is within the Shirlington Phase Development Site Plan, which for now is designated low office apartment hotel and has a CO 1.5 mixed-use zoning district designation. It is governed by the Shirlington PDSP, and so that is why there is a PDSP amendment. Like other PDSPs, as we learned about the Pentagon City PDSP and the Met Park parcel within it, Shirlington also laid out its site and parcels and allocated uses and densities in these sub-areas. This area was called Parcel 1. The PDSP amended largely for office and residential uses, which have become the WETA and IO Piazza plans. So this site is generally considered built out according to its Shirlington plan. The PDSP amendment is actually just to reflect the additional office density to the site that the applicant is requesting. As you'll see in the proposed amended condition to the PDSP right now, it reflects the existing office gross floor area that was approved for the site. Because of this request for the additional density, it's basically a house cleaning measure in order to bring that PDSP condition up to date so that we can track densities all throughout accurately Shirlington. So Parcel 1 also, I should mention, is not in the scope of the current special GLUP study. This was not an area owned by FRIT. It is owned by others, and they did not join into the scope of that special GLUP study for the FRIT-owned areas. The site plan amendment, as I said, is a four-story, 17,150 square foot addition with a ground floor for a television studio that is built in a gap, which is a private courtyard between the above-grade parking garage again and the existing office building, and it largely matches the existing building in general materials used and fenestration. It will have a occupiable green roof, as the applicant will probably show you in their presentation. They are requesting modifications from zoning regulations. They are requesting additional density. That 17,150 square feet is what we would have used to say bonus density. It is additional density. There is no more density within the Shirlington PDSP to allocate to the site. The applicant is justifying their additional density request based on the zoning ordinance section 1559, where on sites where the county board has determined that there are other public priorities identified in the comprehensive plan or other adopted plans and policies, the county board may permit additional density above the amount specified for site plan development in the zoning district regulations. So in that request is based on, staff will analyze a little later. The request is supported by staff. We'll mention it later. They're also asking an office parking ratio, which staff also supports, of a proposed 353 square foot office parking ratio. For context, the commercial parking guidelines recommend for Shirlington office buildings 1 to 630 as sort of the base level of parking before additional mitigation beyond what our usual TDM requirements are. So in this case, because the building was approved in the late 1980s, it is significantly overparked, as we would think of it today. And they are continuing to agree to the condition, with a minor modification to the existing condition on their site plan that requires some amount of public parking after hours on weekends and all day on after hours on weekdays and all day on weekends. And then finally, a large media screen, which does follow the zoning ordinance regulations for size and placement, and content will be have to be in accordance how they operate it with the zoning ordinance, being non-commercial content. There was one SPRC meeting, and Devanshi Patel will give her report on that SPRC meeting, March 2nd, 2020. It was a general agreement that the site plan amendment was a good thing, and had the support of the committee members and the invited community members. So therefore, staff recommends for item A, the applicant recommends approval of the amendment to the PDSP. On item B, staff recommends approval of the site plan amendment with the requested modifications, including the modification for additional density, which staff does believe fulfills two major goals, adopted goals of the county. First of all, fulfilling that Jenny Dean Park plan, moving their facilities, which are now scattered, into one location in Shirlington, which also has the effect of Shirlington as more transit accessible, more accessible by vehicular and pedestrian uses. It is a more appropriate site for a concentration of office uses. It allows us to build out the vision of Jenny Dean Park, which the community in the area has been strongly supportive of for a long time now. And furthermore, it does further our goals for economic development, of retaining high-paying, high-quality, prestigious employers to the county. So staff recommends approval of all of the modifications, including for the additional density under that clause in the zoning ordinance, and subject to the revised and new conditions of the staff report. And I believe Dennis Sellen is here if anybody has questions about transportation issues, but I can certainly answer any questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christos. With that, Madam Clerk, do we have public speakers for this item?
We do. Are we going to do the applicant presentation afterwards?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Applicant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good evening. If everyone can hear me, this is Matt Roberts with Bean, Kinney & Corman. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant, WETA. With me on the call are Jason Daisy of WETA, Ashton Allen of Studios Architecture, and Bart Stewart of WB Engineers. I want to start off, as always, by thanking staff for their work. In particular, we want to thank Peter and Joan Kelsch for their assistance throughout the application. Peter's given you a great overview, so we can be brief. For my part, I simply want to state at the outset, we are here tonight with the support of the Shirlington Civic Association, the Fairlington Civic Association, and the Green Valley Civic Association, so we're very happy to have that support. And I also want to reiterate that this is a simple project that is designed to accomplish both public and private goals. Privately, WETA will be building a new production studio here in Arlington, and publicly, as Peter just told you, the county is retaining a major cultural asset and employer. We're also gaining land to expand the Jenny Dean Park through the sale of the existing WETA facility to the county. And again, we agree with staff this accomplishes the goals of other county priorities that are noted in the zoning ordinance. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason Daisy for a brief overview of WETA, give the commission some background of who the applicant is, and then over to Ashton Allen to discuss the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening. Commissioners, county staff, I really appreciate your being here tonight and helping us along with this project. We've been working on it for a number of months. I think it's a critical project for WETA, and I think a great project for Arlington County. We serve a local and national community, and we're not shy about saying if we didn't serve a local community, we couldn't serve national. And I think PBS NewsHour and the team there is quite excited about being able to relocate all under one roof over in Shirlington and call that home all under one building. We love Shirlington and our Arlington County home. It's taken us a while to get here, and that was said earlier, and I think all the efforts have been well appreciated on our part. Our 300+ employees are incredibly grateful that we're able to hopefully make this project work and get everybody into one place, and that we believe that our project is consistent with both our mission, with what our donors' intent is, and hopefully for the overall good of Arlington County. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the team and let them present the project. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. I'm Ashton Allen with Studios Architecture, and I'm pleased to share what the plan is for WETA's expansion and addition. This is a view standing on South Quincy Street looking back toward Campbell Avenue, toward the south, and another view that steps in and sees essentially the site today, as Peter mentioned, which is an open private courtyard between an existing office building on the right, which is known as WTA, and a above-grade parking structure to the left. For further orientation, looking at the building from Campbell Avenue, this elevation is essentially untouched by the modification, as we're discussing today, and a view from Shirlington Road and the pedestrian bridge, which those familiar with the area are well familiar with. Standing back on South Quincy Street near Campbell Avenue, looking back toward the building, this is the condition today, and essentially this is the addition that Peter showed earlier and the intent. It's essentially 30 feet wide between the existing office building and the parking structure, and the design goal here is to essentially continue and the architectural language of the larger WETA building, but not try to match that. In this next view, that's further north on Quincy Street, looking back toward Campbell Avenue to the far right of the image, the existing on the left and proposed on the right, you see the expression of the building as a continuation of the stepping architecture that's there today. On the ground floor would be the studio space. That is the relocation of the production center that's currently located on the Jenny Dean Park proposed site. You're also seeing the media screens Peter mentioned on the ground floor shown. The materials of the project are intended to be sympathetic with the existing materials, but a new modern twist. The solid material is a terracotta rain screen panel that's intended to be generally within the same tone character of the existing precast. There are some limited metal canopies at the existing garage exit point here, which you can see a little white door underneath that enters into an arcade where the new structure is an extension of that arcade. There's also metal framing around the windows and general continuation of the articulation of the color and tone within the building. The screens themselves, as Peter mentioned, fall within the zoning guidelines and are intended to be a visual expression of the studio work that's happening behind that wall for various reasons, including security and the details and lighting requirements of production. The actual production itself cannot be daylit to the outside. However, WETA looks forward to continue to working with the county to develop content that is expressive of that activity at this portion of the site. To really activate that street frontage. I'm going to flip through the building elevations as they were shown in the 4.1 application to see from previously from Quincy and this view from Shirlington Road. And the view above the parking garage, essentially from IO Piazza. The structure here, you can see the simple openings and extension of that terracotta rain screen facade. You also see a convenience entry located at the top of the parking entry. The project, as Peter mentioned, looks to recreate some of the opportunities for WETA staff that was availed from the ground level courtyard at a new roof terrace that is elevated up at the rooftop of the 4-story addition, so at the 5th floor. When designing this building and looking to have a dominant solid architecture, we've considered bird safety and are happy to say, with these calculations that we have a bird friendly building. In this view, you start to see the plan for the courtyard, which and landscape in general. We've modified from our initial application to be sure that we're including all native and non-invasive plant species, rather than our initial plan had some more continuation of the existing species, which the county has changed their tune on which plant species would like to be used. Within the courtyard itself, we took the opportunity to really leverage biophilia, or the presence of nature, to create a warm environment up on this rooftop. For example, rather than creating a simple glass or metal guardrail around this zone, actually create a planted area, which is something closer to what you experience when you're at the Kennedy Center and some of these other project examples we have to the right, really creating an immersive landscape experience to help screen some of the lower areas. I'm going to turn it over to Bart, our mechanical engineer from WB Engineering, to talk a little bit about our environmental controls and how the building's energy savings relative to the existing structure. So thanks, Bart.
Thank you, Ashton. So we do have a really good opportunity bringing these two buildings together to really have a positive environmental impact for the community. The existing building is old, it's leaky, it has aging skin on it, and has aging HVAC systems in it. So by pulling into the base building, into the bigger building, we'll be able to put on a fully modernized skin, all new windows, and tie it into a very energy efficient HVAC system. So you can see here, our total EUI, our energy use intensity, drops fairly measurably just by putting these two buildings together, as well as some of the other upgrades that we're going to be doing to the building with all new controls and upgrades to some of the centralized mechanical systems to help bring all of it together and improve the efficiency of the overall site. Unless there's anything else, Matt, you want me to touch on, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Well, with that, thank you very much. We did want to be brief this evening. We know there's a packed agenda for a short meeting. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Daisy, Mr. Allen, Mr. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call our public speakers? Ms. Johnson, do we have public speakers for this item?
I think Ms. Johnson is muted.
Ms. Johnson? Okay, in an effort to stay on track, I will go ahead and get started with our first public speaker. Ms. Johnson, please join us when you can. Ms. McCann, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, hello, I'm here.
Welcome, Ms. McCann.
Thank you. I would like to present or highlight a few things for on behalf of the Shirlington Civic Association. And as quick background, I just want to say WIDA has done a tremendous job in communicating with the Civic Association on a regular basis, and in January presented the details to our members of their proposal to the county to expand their building. And many of our neighborhood residents, including myself, are already big fans of WIDA and big supporters. I'd like to highlight three of the elements that have already been discussed in great detail, but that we really care about. The first is we're very supportive of the value of keeping WIDA as an employer in the village, and particularly because WIDA is part of the element in Shirlington of the arts and culture. And we look forward to future increased opportunities, I think, for WIDA to provide outreach to the community and get actually much more involvement directly from our neighborhood. The second element to emphasize is we really like the design that that WIDA is proposing for the additional building, and appreciate that architecturally it's very consistent with the existing building. We appreciate that, and frankly, most people, when this is built, are not even going to notice that there's an additional building. It's so well integrated that we're really happy with that. And in addition, the idea, part of the concept that it's going to add lively interest at the street level is of great interest to us as well. The last point I want to emphasize is the added value that's been discussed of the county being able to buy the existing studio in Jenny Dean Park. That's going to add additional value, not only to the neighborhood, but to all of South Arlington. So those are the 3 points I wanted to highlight from the Civic Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCann. Next, we'll have Mr. Ross.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, good. I'm Bill Ross, the chairman of the Park and Rec Commission, and I'd like to say hello to the members of the Planning Commission. Good to see you, or at least hear from you all tonight. For this SPRC, my Park and Rec Commission colleague, Dean Foster, participated in the meetings for this project, as well as the meetings to review the special deluxe study, and I'd like to thank him for his efforts. The Park and Rec Commission was not able to discuss the WIDA project or related Shirlington issues formally, but the board letter that we did send was circulated among the members for comment. We very much appreciate the leadership and efforts of the Planning Commission and the Shirlington, Green Valley, and Carrollton Civic Association representatives, as well as the applicant and staff for all of these various projects and studies. On the latter special GLUP topic, which I know you're going to take up later, I'm not going to comment orally, respecting the time of the commission, but we did send some comments, and I hope you've had a chance to review them. On the WIDA project, the building project, we strongly support the project, which we think will help facilitate a previously negotiated purchase of the Ouida Green Valley site, and the site's incorporation is part of phase 2 of the Jenny Dean Park, a renovated Jenny Dean Park. The eventual completion of the Jenny Dean Park should provide a long-sought improvement to the recreational and natural resource amenities in this part of the county. And as you heard from Mr. Schultz, Jenny Dean Park Master Plan contemplates that phase 2 of the park project can eventually proceed if and once Ouida sells its site in Green Valley. And we anticipate at the appropriate time, the CIP process will fund phase 2 of the planned renovations. We appreciate the application's modifications, subject to some of the SPRC discussions, to improve the open space and the biophilic features of the new building. The proposed rooftop garden terrace will have bird-friendly features, plantings, and may also be available for community space, as we understand it. Also note there's a roof-covered bike parking area, I understand, for visitors, which should really help expand opportunities for bike-friendly exercising, enhancing transportation. In sum, I just want to say briefly, approval of this addition to the Ouida headquarters will enable one of Arlington's major nonprofit corporate citizens to continue its invaluable service, provide employment, and contribute to the expansion of our parks and natural environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Very well said. That's the end of our public speakers for this item. With that, this matter is with the Commission. Commissioner Lantelmi, confirm that Transportation did not hear this.
That's correct. It did not hear this.
Thank you. Then we are ready for our Commissioner report. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Chair Giron. As the Commission has now heard, this is largely a proposal that is not controversial. I do not want to belabor the point. I did send out a report to the Commissioners today outlining much of what was presented by Mr. Schultz and discussed by the applicant, as well as the thoughts by Ms. McCann and Mr. Ross. I did not outline any additional items for discussion, again, because this appears to be a very straightforward proposal, and it is supported significantly by the community, due in large part to the community outreach by Mr. Daisy and the applicant. So if I leave it open to the Commission or the Commissioners if they have any questions or comments of the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. Excellent report and an excellent meeting. Let me scroll through and see if there's comments. If not, we'll move quickly through this onto the items that I believe we will have greater discussion on. And I encourage everyone to be very focused with their comments tonight. Commissioner Siegel?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great, wonderful. Very quickly, could you, I guess the applicant or staff, explain what the public access might be to any of the areas, the sort of external areas? I noticed the cafe, the green roof. I'm not asking that question to push this on you, but I'm sort of just curious.
Let's give them a chance.
That.
Great question.
Sure. So, Commissioner Siegel, this has actually been a topic of discussion, as you might imagine, not only because after the SPRC, it was something we had mentioned as a possible community benefit, and then directly after that, COVID-19, started making office users think more heavily about how they intend to, use their spaces, let alone allow public access to the space. I think it would be, based on the discussions that I've had with the applicant, and Jason Daisy is on the call, it's something that we would still be amenable to in the form of a condition if necessary. We would work with staff to try and craft that. I think one of the things that WETA would be looking for, and I think more than reasonable under the circumstances, is given the ability to enable themselves to get reasonable rules and regulations for times and points of access, whether it is to some of those ground level spaces for community meetings or for the rooftop. Again, for two reasons. One is the pandemic has sort of shown us there are outlier events and things that we simply weren't thinking of as office users. And I think the other thing is that in this particular case, you have not only the integration of an office building with office users, but a studio space providing a sort of nationwide public service. So, it's certainly something I think we'd be amenable to. Jason Daisy can, correct me on any points that I've just made for you, but it's been a topic of discussion for us in terms of thinking about how to craft something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger?
Yes, hi. I was looking for a little more information regarding how the content on the large public screen will be vetted or determined. I understand that there will be some sort of consulting with the county or county resources on that, and I was looking for a little more information on that. I'll even kind of, in the interest of kind of being direct and accountable time, my interest in making sure that process does not get so bogged down with levels of review as to become sort of a red tape nightmare. And I want to kind of make sure that that is something that's been considered and that we sort of can set good guideposts on that without, again, the bogging down effect that I'm a little worried about. Because I do think that screen as an activation for the streetscape is a very innovative idea and really a benefit to the neighborhood and something I'm very excited about. So I'd like it to be something that is maximized in that way.
Absolutely. So, Commissioner Steinberger, that's a great question. Again, something we've thought very long and hard about, and something that we've worked with staff on. So the condition right now recognizes the fact that it is a sign that's regulated by the zoning ordinance and the sign regulations of the zoning ordinance. So in that regard, realistically, we're looking at simply, going in for sign permitting, which is a fairly straightforward process. You submit a sign plan, have these things reviewed, and ultimately these things go up. As part of that, we'd be talking about, what form of content, and realistically, we're asking the question of what of celebrating WETA on the building, what portions of celebrating WETA on the building fall within the non-commercial realm. I might ask here that Jason or Ashton step in to talk a little bit about the content package they've been discussing and thinking through. But to my mind, and we certainly appreciate the comment, I don't think the regulatory aspect of this is actually as much of a concern for us as it might be in some other circumstances.
Matt, this is Jason. I'm glad to take this for a second. I think our hope is, as a non-commercial media organization, that the bulk of what we produce and distribute to our community could be shown through that screen. Our hope in including it was about 10 years ago, as public media stations were building new studios and headquarters, there was a big effort to put glass walls so the public could see in. Nowadays, because of security, that's not practical for us. Our hope is to use those screens so the local community can understand what we're producing behind where those screens are in our production studios in a safe way that protects our staff, but also opens us up to the local community and they have a sense of what we do. So I hope that because all of our work is non-commercial, that a lot of what we distribute on air that you could see in all of our different channels or via radio would be able to have some presence there, and the community would feel better connected to who WETA is versus just some corporate headquarters building on the corner.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. And I think we have one more comment. Commissioner Sarli?
Hi. I just wanted to quickly speak to the architecture. I think the architect has done a really good job with the massing and the real deference to the original building. I guess just to do a little bit of archi speak, it might have gone a little too far. I think, like, if you look at something like Michelangelo's Porta Pia, there's an asymmetry that you almost want to introduce. Is subtle. On one side, there's 8 stones. On the other side, there's 7. You wouldn't know that unless you counted them. But that, I think, sits nicely on the eye and on the sort of feel of it. So I think where the joint is, where the new building meets the old building, it's almost a little too smooth. And I think a little bit of asymmetry, a little bit of perhaps a slight little variance to the pattern would be a welcome sort of, gesture. But I think otherwise it's a really nice mass. I think the proportions really blend themselves well with the other building. It's almost missing a little playfulness. It's a little too sort of serious. I mean, you've done a brilliant job, and I think now you just need to step back and say, no, let's do something slightly crazy. But that's it.
Yep. Very much appreciate those comments, Commissioner. I would add that our version of crazy, if you look at it again, is that there's a missing column.
Which I did notice, and I wasn't completely sure that was sort of what I wanted, but I did notice that. And then I would refer you to sort of the Herzog and de Meuron, or the Diener and Diener, that whole German sort of Basic thing, and see some of their playfulness, and they're almost a little too aggressive. But yeah, you're right. I think that where that meets that column, my eye definitely was drawn to that right away. And maybe I need to look at it a little bit and see your intent, and perhaps I didn't read it quite right. But yes, thank you.
Very much appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are ready for a motion. Commissioner Patel?
Thank you. So the first motion, I move the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board to adopt the attached ordinance for a phased development site plan amendment, SP number 106, to the Shirlington Phase Development Site Plan to revise condition number 2, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions of the attached ordinance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I believe Commissioner Siegel seconded. Thank you. Is there any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will take a vote. I will take this vote in order of your name. So with regard to the motion in front of us, Commissioner Bagley?
Approve, agree.
Thank you. Commissioner Guerin, approve. Commissioner Hughes?
Support, approve.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Approve.
Commissioner Morton?
Approve.
Commissioner Patel?
Approve.
Commissioner Peterson?
Approve.
Commissioner Sarli?
Approve.
Commissioner Schroll, I believe, is absent. Commissioner Siegel?
Approve.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Approve.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Thank you. Excellent. Commissioner Patel, did you have a second motion? The motion passes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Guerin. I move the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board to adopt the attached ordinance to approve an amendment to SP number 106, SP-3, to approve a 4-story, 17,150 square foot addition to the WIDA office building with modifications for additional density and parking ratio and a large media screen, subject to all previous conditions and the amended conditions in the attached ordinance. I apologize, my baby just walked in.
No apology necessary. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Again, I'll go through in order. I guess we can say aye. All in support of this motion, Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Guerin, aye. Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll? Absent. Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Thank you. Both motions pass with 11 in favor and 1 absent. At this point, I want to thank Mr. Schultz for an excellent job shepherding this project through, and for Commissioner Patel for chairing the SPRC for this project, and especially the applicant. I think you've heard from many, many people how grateful we are to see WIDA moving forward, staying in the community, and being able to help us fulfill our vision for Jenny Dean Park.
Well, thanks very much to the Planning Commission for their time.
Thanks, Mr. Roberts. So in an effort to keep us on track, I just want to keep us staying very focused. I want to hear everything you have to say. We have 2 hours left and 2 items left. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the next item. Is our clerk with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is N-FBC-10, amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance regarding the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code Districts. We have Matt Matuzik. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting everybody's name, so forgive me. And 2 other housing staff to present this item this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Matuzik, Ms. Brown, and Ms. Danowski.
Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Can you all hear me well and see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. My name is Matt Matuzik. I'm representing the Planning Division within the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. I'm going to provide a general context for tonight's discussion before handing it over to our housing staff to describe the proposed amendment in greater detail. Make sure. Are we on slide 2? I want to make sure I'm previewing it right.
Yes.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get started, however, it's important to first clarify our updated approach to the larger package of amendments that staff has been working on related to the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. To date, staff has engaged various stakeholders to solicit feedback regarding changes to 2 different elements of the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. The first, to potentially introduce a cash contribution for limited instances when commercial uses could be proposed with redevelopment. And 2, an adjustment to the maximum income restrictions associated with affordable ownership units, as well as an extension of their overall term of affordability. The request to advertise for these amendments took place in June, at which point the County Board only authorized this month's public hearings to cover the cash contribution aspect. The affordable ownership requirements will now be discussed at the October public hearings, and therefore are not subject to this presentation, and staff's recommendation is before you. We also wanted to provide a quick recap of the planning efforts along Columbia Pike, which led to the creation of the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. As many of you are familiar, starting in 2008, the county initiated its second phase of the Columbia Pike Initiative. The purpose of this effort was to study the multifamily residential areas located in between the commercial nodes that were previously studied as part of Phase 1 during the late 1990s and early 2000s. Unlike the commercial nodes, whose main purpose was to incentivize redevelopment, Phase 2 focused on preserving and creating housing that would be affordable to a broad range of incomes. This was particularly important as the county was already experiencing a significant loss of affordability resulting from market pressures on existing residential properties. The 4-year planning effort culminated in the adoption of the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan, adopted in 2012. While addressing numerous aspects of the vision for the corridor and wide-ranging policy recommendations, its primary implementation strategy included the development of a second form-based code that would apply to the multifamily residential areas of Columbia Pike. By this point, the first form-based code has already proven successful over its decade of implementation within the commercial nodes. The map in front of you indicates the boundaries of each of the form-based code districts. That said, I will hand it over to the housing staff to provide greater detail on the cash contribution aspect of our proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. This is Melissa Danowski with the Housing Division, and I'm presenting on the cash contribution for commercial uses and neighborhood form-based code projects. Next slide. The Neighborhoods Form-Based Code includes 5 areas which are designated as mixed use or urban storefront in the building envelope standards. These sites are located along existing commercial intersections and have the option of proposing commercial uses. And the Neighborhood Form-Based Code does not currently address commercial development scenarios. Because the preservation and creation of affordable housing is a primary goal of the Neighborhoods Area Plan and Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, staff is proposing a cash contribution into the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, or AHIF, if commercial uses are proposed in these areas. Next slide. This is a map that shows the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code revitalization district areas in blue. The sites that are designated urban storefront or urban mixed use are in the red circles. And these are areas, they're either adjacent commercial form-based code nodes or adjacent commercial uses. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, thanks. In terms of the calculation for the cash contribution, staff proposes using the same calculation as used for site plan projects, known as the base ordinance calculation. This calculation is a formula based on the gross floor area and floor area ratio of the project. For mixed-use projects, the existing on-site affordable requirement would apply to the residential portions of the development. The cash contribution would only apply to the commercial portion of the development, and no cash contribution will be allowed for residential uses. Next. And this slide shows a hypothetical example of different development scenarios on a 53,300 square foot site. The first scenario is a 100% residential project that contains 165 total units. The affordable unit requirement per the existing code would be 46 on-site affordable units. In the mixed-use scenario, the project contains 140 total residential units and 30,000 square feet of retail. The affordable contribution would be 39 on-site affordable units through the residential portion of the development and 61,500 affordable housing investment fund contribution per the retail portion of the development. And the last scenario is a 100% commercial project. In this scenario, the proposal would be required to make about a 700,000 contribution into AHIF per the proposed calculation. Next. We have gone to a variety of public meetings to discuss this, beginning in February 2020 with the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group. We also went to NAIOP, which is a commercial real estate association. In March, we went to the Columbia Pike Presidents Group and the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. In June, this was discussed as part of the request to advertise at the County Board hearing. And in July, we are at the Planning Commission and we'll be at the Housing Commission July 9th with the goal of the July 18th County Board hearing. Next slide. And from these meetings, staff did hear general support for a cash contribution if commercial uses are proposed, and that the commercial development should not be exempt from contributing to affordable housing. However, some did suggest that the cash contribution calculation may be less expensive for a developer to fulfill when compared to the residential on-site unit contribution, thereby incentivizing only commercial developments in these areas. But this was contrasted with other comments which suggested the proposed cash contribution may prevent potential commercial uses from locating to these 5 areas and a desire to see more commercial development along the pike. Staff continues to recommend the cash contribution as proposed, as it would help treat commercial developments similarly to other places in the county, and staff believes it would not over-incentivize or under-incentivize commercial development. Next slide. In summary, staff's recommendation is to adopt the attached ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Article 11.2, Section 902, the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code Districts, Appendix B, to allow for cash contribution into the Affordable Housing Investment Fund in limited instances when the proposed neighborhood form-based code development includes commercial uses. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janowski. Madam Clerk, do we have public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do. Let me share my screen. We have Julia Hisney with the Columbia Heights Civic Association as our only speaker on this item.
Thank you. Welcome, Mrs. Ney.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to say, I think that I got a little ahead of myself because I really wanted to speak on the ownership units proposal, which I understand is not before you today. And so I will be in touch on behalf of the Columbia Heights Civic Association on that issue in the future. There were some speakers before the board on that issue, and I would definitely commend your listening to that, you know, from the last board meeting. And with regard to this specific proposal, the Columbia Heights Civic Association has not taken a position, but there was significant concern raised about any kind of disincentive to produce commercial on the pike. There's been very little interest in commercial nodes in the pike, and just kind of putting on my former mode when I was on CPRO, I will say I think that we shouldn't be treating the pike like everywhere else. I think that it's really important for the Planning Commission to remember that this is the only portion of the county with a form-based code, and the overlap of the zoning regulations with the form-based code do create different kinds of situations on the pike that wouldn't exist in other places. And there's an underlying desire to have development that is going to be good for the community. And so I just suggest to you that that's something you should take into account for this particular proposal, although my civic association has not taken a formal position on it. And with that, I'll be back when we're going to talk about the ownership units.
Thank you, Mrs. Nay. We'll look forward to seeing you then as well. With that, are there any commissions? Commissioner Lynn, tell me, did TC consider this at all?
No, this was not considered before TC.
Great, thank you. Then the matters with the commission. Commissioner Hughes, can you share a report on this?
I can, Commissioner Gearing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So I'll speak this evening on behalf of the Zoning Committee and the OG on this. As those of you know, I also serve as chair of the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group. That is a county manager committee to advise staff. In addition, I sat through the Zoning Committee. We heard this item earlier in the year. So for those of you who have heard about this already, which I'm sure you've seen the letters and correspondence, this is the lesser of the two controversial items along the pike before you. As our public speaker made clear to everyone, the ownership one is still an unpolished stone for our review in the future, hopefully. The item before us this evening, though, is very, very interesting. It is, in my view, the way to think of it is a correction of an error. The neighborhood's form-based code in reality did not contemplate an office use in these areas. And in the very few instances where it's allowed because of a street typology and the corners in which they confront the commercial form-based code, it is a possible allowable option. In these instances, I think staff's compromise here of the AHIF contribution consistent with the rest of the county is a good goal, but it's also too important to note that I think it's for all of us to be aware that the neighborhood form-based code and the commercial form-based code, which are along the Columbia Pike, are, as I've warned all of us before, a delicate balance. The reason we are able to receive so many proposals without any public comments or testimony is because of that balance. And so as we move forward in this process, I think it's very important for all of us to note that the balance we see on the pike between the homeowners, the renters, the condo owners is a delicate and precarious one. It is a very densely populated area. And the reason it is so well balanced is because of predictability. And I think that the important thing that we all know within this particular amendment is that it doesn't really infringe upon the particular goals of the neighborhood's form-based code at its outset and founding. And so with that, I think I'm open for questions from my fellow commissioners, but I just want to make sure we all approach it with that understanding. The ownership one, which is that unpolished stone I spoke to you all about, will be a totally different animal for discussion, and that will be in October. So do stand by.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. With this, the commission is open for discussion, comments, questions. I will scroll through now. Please unmute yourself, or if you have the raised hand option, use that. Let me know that you're interested in speaking. Okay, Sarah, Commissioner Steinberger.
Hi, so I'm appreciative of the county's report, the staff report, in terms of that there is sort of a variety of reactions, for lack of a more eloquent expression, of how this new model might work in terms of will it lessen the appeal of commercial development because of the cash contribution? Is it possible that because the cash contribution may be lower and easier to meet than doing on-site residential, will it actually increase the appeal of commercial? And I'm curious about the opportunity here to kind of check in on this process and what we could kind of say, if it's going to be 3 years, 5 years, what would be a reasonable amount of time for us to be able to say, hey, is this working? Is it doing what we want it to do? Do we need to look at what the cash contribution amount is? Do we need to consider if we're having the unintended, or I would think unintended consequence of increasing commercial development without on-site affordable housing because of X, Y, or Z? And so I wanted to know what the reaction was and what, I guess it's a twofold question. What would be a realistic time frame from the county's perspective, from staff's perspective, on when we could have that kind of a check-in? And can we have that check-in? Because I would be interested in putting that into effect and saying in 5 years or some amount of time, and I'm just suggesting 5 years, I don't know if that's appropriate. What would that look like? So.
Thank you. I align myself with those comments. Can we get some feedback from staff, Mr. Matusik or Ms. Danowski? Thank you.
Sure. So I'm Melissa Danowski in the Housing Division, and I think that's a really good question. I do want to sort of caveat, though, that question with commercial development and residential development are really two different business models. And in the 5 neighborhood form-based code areas that could have commercial development, if the developer so chose, no developers have chosen that, since the neighborhood form-based code was approved, and there is no cash contribution right now. I think commercial is a little bit, a little bit tricky on Columbia Pike, especially maybe 100% commercial developments. And that kind of leads into my second kind of caveat is in the past in the commercial nodes, I believe that most of the commercial development that has occurred has actually been part of a mixed use development. So you still had that residential component. And in case of the neighborhood form-based code, if it was mixed use, you would still have that residential on-site affordable unit contribution. So I just kind of wanted to add those two caveats, but, I think 3 to 5 years, certainly, I think as staff, we do, informally check in and see how our codes and requirements are working. But, if I had to put a time frame, I think you would have to have enough time to actually, the development is cyclical, so you need enough time to actually be able to analyze it. So somewhere in the 3 to 5 year time frame. I'm not sure if Matt Matusik has anything to add or not, but that would be my suggestion.
Thanks, Ms. Danowski. Mr. Matusik, do you have anything to add?
Very little. I think Melissa did a great job of addressing that element of it. And it really does come down to, I think, our own internal review of policies. We've done it with TDRs on Columbia Pike. We've done it with architecture. And I think in many respects, we anticipate, even without the request being put forward, that we would need to revisit these things to make sure that there aren't any unintended consequences or some new things may have developed in the market and we need to address them as a follow-up action. So I think that is almost an expectation from staff. But I think to Melissa's earlier point, all of the commercial activity has happened so far through the commercial form-based code. And even then, it was really in the model of ground floor retail more than anything else. We have not had a comprehensive or an entire hotel project or an entire office building. It's always kind of this incremental growth as part of a residential complex, which is what these are predominantly proposed as. And we currently have nothing to suggest that the neighborhood form-based code areas, these 5 areas where something non-residential is even permitted, not even required, that they would be submitted as such moving forward. So this is based on, I think, our discussions with developers, the market on Columbia Pike, and our commitment to revisit this in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matusik. Are there any other comments from commissioners? With that, I would like to ask Commissioner Hughes, would we like to get some sort of update from staff as to how this goes forward, say in 3 to 5 years? Does that seem reasonable?
I think that I am remiss in noting to my fellow commissioners, the genesis of this, which staff did not bring to us, was a possible development and conglomeration of sites along the Foxcroft Heights neighborhood, which is at the edge of the Columbia Pike area, near the closest one to the Amazon site near Arlington, or near the Sheraton. that's what was the genesis of this for our commissioners to know. The public testimony for that developer was at the county board hearing last month, in which case the impacts of COVID were clear in their public testimony, and their plans may or may not have changed because of that. I think that 3 to 5 years, if a commercial building were to be built on the Pike, I'm pretty sure my neighbors would be ecstatic about that, Commissioner Gearing. So to Commissioner Sandberg, I would say 10 years is maybe more a realistic check-in time to ask staff to come back on what commercial development we've seen. And we do have a check-in on the form-based code. We did the architectural check-in 2 years ago, 3 years ago that Commissioner Giacomini led for us. So I think that a check-in is good. And I will always update my fellow commissioners on the developments along the Pike. There's a by right townhome at the West End at the moment, if you'd like to know. But beyond that, it's really a longer term game, Commissioner Gearing, that I don't think 3 to 5 years will show us any progress.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for the comments. Seeing no, Commissioner Steinberger?
I just wanted to respond to that briefly, and that was really, I appreciate that kind of context for my question in terms of what the time frame would be, what an appropriate time frame to even have a response back would be. And I'm not shocked to hear 10 years. I think COVID probably pushed it past 5, and now we are really looking at 10. I do kind of, and I'm not planning to make an amendment to a motion. I'm really kind of at this point just expressing my desire to have this as something that is updated, that's something that, and you know, that you are very good about, you know, reporting back to us and kind of giving us those status updates. I think simply putting on the record that I would like to have that happen for this, because I think it's important to see if you're going to make a policy change, it is the responsible thing to do to see how that policy change, if it's having the effect you want it to have. And if it's having unintended consequences, well, we should know that too. So that was what I was trying to express. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. With that, I think we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Gearing, and thank you, Commissioner Steinberger, for that. So I'm going to move that the Planning Commission recommend the County Board adopt the attached ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Article 11.2, Section 902, CPN-FBC, Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code Districts, Appendix B, to allow for a cash contribution into the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, AHIF, in limited instances when the proposed neighborhood's form-based code development includes commercial uses.
Motion by Commissioner Hughes. Is there a second?
I can second.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for you. Is that Commissioner Siegel?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Motion
me.
by Commissioner Hughes, seconded by Commissioner Siegel. Commissioner Hughes, did you want to speak to your motion?
I would like to real briefly. Thank you, Commissioner Gearing, and thank you, Commissioner Siegel, for the second. I do want to impress upon my fellow commissioners that you're going to have to, I think, refresh your knowledge on the form-based code in the next couple months. I know we frequently don't have to dive deep into it with SPRCs, but as a little primer, as I've tried to warn you, in October, we will have the AMI ownership unit at the moment. The county board has advertised for us to hear that. That is a very difficult and rough stone, and there aren't really good answers. This is one of the first times that I don't think that we're going to have a really great answer. And so I really do want to impress upon my colleagues to read ahead, to get to know the AMI ownership levels. And I'm taking this opportunity to warn you because tonight is an easy vote. October is going to be a much harder vote for all of us.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger, did you wish to speak to this? You're still unmuted.
Oh, no, I was just getting ready for roll call. Sorry.
Super. Okay, well, this is great. We'd like Commissioner Hughes have the last word on this. With that, we'll take a vote on the motion before us. We'll go in order again. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Gearing? Aye. Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
With that, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Brown, Ms. Danowski, and Mr. Matusik. Thank you, Ms. Hisney, for your comments, and we'll hear you again in the fall. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for your report and for following up on that with us. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next item? Madam Clerk, would you please call the next item?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Item number 4 has 3 parts. This is the consideration of the following actions pertaining to the Shirlington Special GLUP Study Plus. 4A is the adoption of the Shirlington Special GLUP Study, the Plus and the Concept Plan. 4B is GP-350-20-1 is the adoption of amendments to the GLUP map and booklet. 4C is an RTA, is the request to advertise for future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board for the GLUP amendment. We have Margaret Tulick-Rhodes and Chris Kreider to present this item this evening.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Rhodes and Mr. Kreider.
Thank you. This is Margaret Rhodes with the Planning Division, and I'm going to try and share my screen. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try and keep this very brief. There was a request for a general land use plan amendment from low office apartment hotel to medium office apartment hotel for those areas shown here in green. The request was submitted by Weta and Frit. And because of this request, being in an area without an adopted plan, we undertook a special general land use plan study. And we expanded the study to encompass the full Village at Shirlington area because we wanted to make sure that we understood the context. So we didn't want to just focus in on these specific sites, but we wanted to broaden the area. So you can see here our core study area outlined in red. The general land use plan for this area is currently low office apartment hotel. It's the light blue here, and there's a tiny bit of low medium residential. However, the entire area of the Village at Shirlington is zone CO 1.5. And here you can see the densities associated with that. So for office, it's 1.5. And for residential and multifamily, you have 72 units per acre, and hotel 110 units per acre. The heights here are 8 to 12 stories. Here is a three-dimensional model that we put together showing the Village at Shirlington. Here you can see the core area, Campbell Avenue, and then some larger buildings more on the edges. So this is the I-395 edge. This is 4 Mile Run, and over towards this way is the Trade Center. Here is a map showing our existing heights. So again, we have the lower heights here in the center, the core, the heart of Shirlington along Campbell Avenue, and some higher heights here, the highest being the IO Piazza building here, and then the other highest building being over here, the condominium building, 11 to 12 stories. So here you can see the comparison of low office apartment hotel and medium office apartment hotel. So you can see here the FAR would, the floor area ratio would change from 1.5 to 2.5. FAR 72 to 115, 110 to 108. The heights also would change 8 and 10 stories to 12 and 16 stories. So this study was a little bit different than the previous special general land use plan study plus that was done for Washington and Kirkwood in that the Village at Shirlington really has substantial existing assets and a very defined character that we wanted to build upon. We recognize, however, and the community recognizes this as well, that there is a need for reinvestment in order to make sure that Shirlington remains a vibrant and competitive area. So some of the core study area considerations are retaining this broad mix of uses, focusing those lower heights along the core and higher heights along the edges, respecting existing residential development, adding pedestrian connections and open space where possible, assuming a certain level of preservation and placemaking, preserving and conserving those mature trees, and assuming one level of underground parking. So this area is in a low-lying area with a very high water table. So the next slide that I'm going to show you says a hypothetical scenario. This is not a recommended scenario, a hypothetical scenario that we used for our transportation analysis. And so this shows what would be permitted at the maximum build out. So here you can see this is CO2.5 with bonus. And you can see that we went up to the maximum heights, that 16 stories for residential and that 12 stories for office. This is, again, hypothetical, not recommended. This is what would happen if the entire village was scraped and rebuilt at this level. So what we did, and you can see the FARs here, the floor area ratio. Some of these are quite substantial, higher than the 2.5 associated with CO2.5. But we did that in order to look at the potential transportation impacts. So you can see here the existing levels of service at some of the key intersections in and around the study area. Most of these intersections are functioning adequately. The one that's not functioning quite as well, but still functioning adequately, is the one that could potentially be improved through future work with the Arlington Circle, the 395 Circle. And here's what you would get based on that hypothetical scenario I just showed you for those key intersections. Again, the intersections are all still functioning adequately. We also did a parking utilization study, and you can see that there is a substantial amount of parking in this area. I know parking has become a little bit of a hot button topic. I think, what our utilization study shows is that while there is an adequate supply of parking, there needs to be better wayfinding, better parking management, and more efficient use of that existing parking. And of course, any new development would be expected to provide parking. But what we realize is that there is adequate parking. So not only could the area accommodate additional density from a transportation perspective, a trip generation perspective, but also from a parking perspective. So this study has been ongoing, and we have had a lot of community engagement throughout the process. So we have had 6 LRPC meetings, long-range planning committee meetings. We have had engagement at those meetings. Sitting at the table, we've had the Arlington, Green Valley, and Fairlington Citizens Civic Associations, Transportation Commission, Park and Rec, HELRB, Public Arts, and a representative from both FRIT and WIDA. We had a successful walking tour in July with approximately 30 participants, a community forum in November with approximately 30 people in attendance, and then 300 people total responding either in person or on our online survey. We again had an online survey of our draft vision and principles in March, and we received some good input, and we received a joint letter of strong support from FRIT, WIDA, Arlington, and Signature. And we have an online survey right now on our draft study document, which I believe closed just before this meeting. So we heard a lot from our community throughout this process, and some of the things that I just wanted to highlight are, this idea of focusing those lower heights in the core and some higher heights along the edges, making sure that there are appropriate transitions in height, and considering the historic features, buildings, and scale. So taking into consideration all of the input we received throughout this process and the analysis that staff did and our planning expertise, we put together a vision and guiding principles. So the vision really is that this is a vibrant, mixed-use, walkable urban village with a strong arts and entertainment identity. It's our only non-metro urban village, and we want to make sure that it remains vibrant and competitive. And looking to the future, we want to ensure that there is reinvestment, continued employment opportunities, support for our local businesses, sustainable infill, compatible architecture, transit and multimodal connectivity, green, pet and bike-friendly streets, convenient and accessible parking, engaging public spaces and events. We want to increase the tree canopy here, conserve the mature street trees, preserve the historic frontages, and enhance the area's unique arts and cultural presence. Along with that vision, we developed 22 guiding principles, and these were, as I say, shaped with stakeholder input. And they touch on these areas: the economic vitality and use mix, building placement and form, circulation, access and connectivity, public spaces, civic uses, and public art, biophilia and sustainability. That's very important in this area, which is right adjacent to 4 Mile Run, and historic preservation and placemaking. So just to give you a little bit of an overview. So the Village at Charlington Phase Development Site Plan, or PDSP, currently has 0 additional density available. It is important to both the community and the county that this area remains vibrant and competitive through reinvestment. And therefore, we're recommending, because we can see that it can be accommodated in this area, a GLUP amendment from the low to medium office apartment hotel. But it's important that any increase in density and height be accompanied by an appropriate vision and guiding principles to ensure that the community's goals are balanced and the county's goals are balanced. So those areas that we heard most frequently mentioned during the process were, again, this need to revitalize Charlington, but also this need to retain that unique village character and Main Street identity. And I'd just like to mention again that letter of support that we received for the vision and guiding principles. So taking those vision and guiding principles, staff translated them into the recommendations that you see in the plan and into a heights map. So the plan recommendations here touch on a number of these key areas. And here's the heights map. So here you can see, this is our proposal. Again, we're emphasizing the lower heights along the heart of Charlington, the core here, with preservation of the historic frontages here, shown in red. Some additional development here on the back of those buildings up to 4 stories to make sure that we still have enough light and air, sunshine for the trees, for those cafe zones, to make sure it's still that pedestrian-friendly Main Street feel here. We would allow some additional height on the I-395 edge and some additional height here on the Arlington Mill Drive edge. We're showing a step down in height from 13 to 12 to 10 to that. This is the 6-story hotel that is not expected to redevelop. And then back up to the 11-story condo building. A little bit of additional height here on the County Trade Center side. And then some step downs here in the 4, going from 8 to 4, 8 to 5 to 4, to have a better relationship across the street to this residential development. Here's a 3-dimensional model. So here's 4 Mile Run, 395. So you can see what this area would look like if it is built out per the proposed heights plan. Here's a view along Arlington Mill Drive looking east. So here we have the condominium building, we have the hotel, we have the proposed 10-story building with a step back, we have the proposed 12-story building with a step back, and then that's the IO Piazza. So these are the floor area ratios that were generated. This is there are some assumptions here, but these are, generally speaking, the floor area ratios. We want to make sure that there was still some correspondence with the CO 2.5, that medium office apartment hotel. And you can see that they're roughly in that area. So we've heard some concerns from the applicant about the building heights, and they would like to see some additional height on the Arlington Mill edge at the AMC Theater site and the Cap City site. So I just wanted to briefly address these proactively. So we believe that the Arlington Mill edge is a really important edge. It has a relationship to 4 Mile Run and to the parks and to the Green Valley neighborhood. We want to avoid, what we were trying to create with our heights map is we really wanted to avoid a uniform wall of height and walling off those adjacent areas and neighborhoods. The AMC Theater site, this is really located in the heart of Charlington on Campbell Avenue at the key crossroads here. So other buildings on this block are new and unlikely to develop, and at the 4 and 6 stories height. So the 4 stories is the residential building and 6 stories is the hotel. This site is located in the bowl of our bowl concept of lower heights in the core with higher heights on the periphery. There is a 9-story building, it should be acknowledged, across Campbell Avenue. However, it really reads like a 4-story building with its generous setback and design, and there's not enough depth on this site to have a similar setback. We also want to make sure that eyes are drawn down Campbell Avenue toward the Library Theater site. The Cap City site here, again, is also on Campbell Avenue, and this is an important block. This really is the most critical block to get right in the village of Shirlington. This is the heart of the neighborhood. So we wanted to make sure that there is not additional height here that is incompatible with the surrounding areas. It should not be the tallest and most prominent building here on Campbell Avenue. Again, we want the eyes to be drawn down Campbell to the library and theater site. There's some concerns we have with increasing the heights beyond what staff is proposing. That would not be consistent with the vision and guiding principles that the community and our stakeholders bought into. Shadows could create problems for the cafe seating areas, for sidewalks, for trees. Above grade garages, and this is a very important point, will increase in height and compromise the pedestrian level experience with inactive frontages. There's very limited room here on these small sites for step backs and liner development. So we're assuming now maybe 1 to 2 stories of above grade parking. That would probably double if, depending on heights going up. So we need to think about what is that experience for the pedestrian here, and how can that be managed? It would compromise the unique scale of this area as a destination potentially. Significant differences in height could exceed the ability to have appropriate transitions, and the hierarchy between the fabric buildings and these important authentic buildings could potentially be compromised. We're still gathering letters. A lot of letters came in today, and our survey closed only at 5 p.m. tonight. So there are some other comments and responses that we will be addressing in the next draft of the plan that would be going to the county board. But I wanted to just highlight a few that we know we're going to be doing. One of them is we are going to be removing the HALRB, the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board review of the storefront change of any storefront changes. We're going to be making sure that we appropriately reference Green Valley for those plans and projects that are located within Green Valley. And we're going to be including more pedestrian, bicycle, and transit information as recommended by the Transportation Commission. So we hope that this plan, with its vision and guiding principles, will help to move the village at Shirlington forward while maintaining those core assets that make it the unique place that it is today. And these are the recommendations that we've put together for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Did Mr. Kreider have a presentation as well, or are we going to the applicants?
We can go to the applicant, and Mr. Kreider can help to answer questions as they arise.
Thanks very much.
Great. This is Jay Brinson, Federal Realty. I'm going to just requested control so I can share my screen.
Welcome, Mr. Brinson.
Not sure if I have the ability to share my screen or not with you.
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay, great.
Oh, perhaps we weren't seeing it. Now we're looking at end of slideshow. Okay.
Yeah, it says meeting organizers only have the ability to present. I'm not sure if I can share my screen or not.
Margaret, you're going to have to take your screen down. Thank you.
Hopefully that works.
Unfortunately not. Okay, well, that's a shame.
Ms. Johnson, is there someone who can help Mr. Brinson share his screen?
Can I email? Yeah, it says meeting organizers and presenters can share. Can I email it to Margaret?
Sure.
We've just made you a presenter. Could you try again?
Okay, never mind. Well, we'll try it. There we go. Got it. Thank you. Okay, I apologize for the delay on that. Thank you very much for hearing us tonight, and I want to make sure I thank Margaret and the county planning staff for your hard work over the past year and a half on this plan, and for giving it the due consideration, and really what I think is a very good plan. Also want to make sure I thank Edie Wilson, the Shirlington Civic Association, WIDA, and Signature Theater, who have been really great partners with us throughout this process as we've worked to build a case for reinvestment in Shirlington and to request additional FAR to make that happen. So this really has been a long ride, but we're glad we're getting to a point where we can actually start presenting some things. Just for quick background, Federal Realty Investment Trust, we are a publicly traded real estate investment trust. We specialize in retail environments. And we've owned Shirlington since 1996. We undertook major reinvestment in partnership with the county back in the late 90s and then through the early 2000s to bring great assets like Signature Theater and the library, for example, to the end of Campbell Ave as that extension was put in place in the early 2000s. I make that point because we are long-term holders and we are very patient. We don't think of ourselves as typical developers. We are long-term property owners. We believe in relationships with our neighbors and doing things the right way. We are very concerned about the retail environment. We were already concerned about it heading into this process, which is why we requested it 2.5 years ago. But now we're even more concerned, obviously, on the heels of COVID. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the county staff, by the way, for helping us with the temporary outdoor seating. That's been a huge help to us over the past several weeks. Our objective here is long-term economic vitality. We're obviously concerned with all the competition that's coming up in and around the district and throughout Arlington. We're just seeing more and more of these new developments draw interest away from Shirlington. The neighborhood that surrounds it is great, but we need people to want to come here. And the competition from the neighborhood, from the other developments in the area over the past 10 years in particular, has been very difficult on Shirlington. It's had a big impact on us. So as we move through this process, the objective here is to facilitate reinvestment in the village, to revitalize it, to refresh it, and to help breathe new life into it, but at the same time make sure we're building off of all the assets that the village already has that Margaret already pointed out. So I'm going to move forward to the next page, but I do want to make sure that I point out we are very much in agreement with the guiding principles that were outlined, as Margaret noted, our letter of support that came to the county on behalf in support of the guiding principles. We really do think they outline how development should occur going forward. They had strong buy-in from the community and from the local businesses and us as the property owner, majority of the property owner. We think that these principles should be the guide for future development. And can be the thing that will catalyze the appropriate type of reinvestment in the streetscape, the retail environment, and strengthening the connections to the surrounding parks and the neighborhoods and surrounding neighborhoods. We very much have thought of this all along as a mechanism by which to strengthen an already strong area by strengthening the improvement of the connectivity to the park and to neighborhoods, adjacent neighborhoods like Green Valley. We want to see this area really build off of its great assets like the bike trail and become a place where more people love to come and live in particular. We think that the improvements that we're talking about in the infill developments that we'd like to see happen out here can really make a lot of the requests that people have been asking for happen. But with some of the concerns that we have that Margaret noted about the building heights, we're just concerned about how prescriptive they are and the fact that they don't present us an opportunity to submit a project that may vary slightly in opinion from what staff has shown. And so we do have a difference of opinion. I don't think we're far away, but I want to make sure I just go through those differences for you quickly so you can understand our point of view on this. But the big point of view is we're really just seeking an opportunity to submit great projects and let that be decided how they adhere to the guiding principles and decide from there if they're they're worthy of moving forward. So with that, I'll just go through a couple more slides on building heights. Pointing out, Margaret mentioned the concerns about walling off on Arlington Mill Drive. We agree with two separate parcels, but we do think that it's appropriate for the buildings to be in the on the parking lot area here to be in the 120 to 140 foot range as the neighboring buildings are, and that can be done well with good architecture, good setbacks, and a strong connecting point in between. We think that can be done well and that it shouldn't be precluded from consideration. Similarly, a small note on Campbell Avenue, we agree, and we're actually appreciative of the opportunity for some potential height here long term, as the retail environment is very unstable right now. But I would note that the 4-story height here, we think maybe ought to be noted as 60 feet as measured from the parking lot out here, because there's about a 15-foot height differential between Campbell and the parking lot. So the 4 stories on Campbell we get, but we think that should be considered a little bit different height when you look at it from the parking lot. With regard to the AMC site, again, I think the majority of this building, we think the majority of this building can be oriented toward Randolph Street and could actually become a really great catalyst for helping this relatively dead stretch right here feel vibrant and alive. I think there's plenty of room to set that back appropriately, much as this Patent and Trade Office building, which is 150 feet tall. We think that could be a complementary building. Maybe doesn't need to be that tall, but a 6-story limitation on a site of this size is very limiting and really precludes the opportunity to put together a really strong project, again, that will be a catalyst for the types of things that the community wants to see here. So we're very concerned about that limitation in particular. And then the office site, which is the site that Margaret noted as the Cap City location with an 8-story limitation on that. Again, we do think that building could become a nice terminus, but predominantly oriented onto Quincy and set back from Campbell as appropriate. So the heights could be a little bit taller. We think 12 stories in that location could also be made to work well, given the intersection widths, the dimension across Campbell Avenue, and the height that's being recommended across the street. Finally, I will note that some of the other heights that are recommended in here are put onto locations, parking lots in parking decks in particular, that are very unlikely to ever happen. And if the objective is to catalyze reinvestment, I'm highlighting for you as a property owner the locations where that is most likely to happen within the next 10 years. And so limiting height in the locations where it's most likely to happen by itself contradicts one of the goals of the plan, which is to help reinvest in Shirlington and stabilize its vitality long term. So, Tad, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, but I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brinson. Mr. Lunger?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Jay, could you go back a couple slides to the overall planning area?
Can you see it?
No, we're still at building heights. At least I am.
Should be there.
Is this the slide titled?
Okay, yep, that's it right there. Yeah, and so just to pick up where Jay left off, I mean, for us, you know, the seed that was planted years ago is from when the county took on the 4 Mile Valley Run plan. You know, we had Shirlington, we had the revitalization plan, and they weren't connected. And now we have the 4 Mile Valley Run plan that's connected everything. It's connected us with Columbia Pike. We have this great new central space, green space, public space. It's kind of like a giant central park. And when we originally planned and did Shirlington, it was insular. It was, you know, facing in toward Campbell Avenue. It was, you know, it was an island. And this new concept and all the work that staff and the commissions have done to create this, how we look at it now, is this great new opportunity to make this kind of one big planning area happen is a catalyst for us. You know, our goal, and it's always been our goal, it was in our original statement of support 2.5 years ago, you know, is we really want to turn Shirlington outwards. We want to, you know, create our front door on Jenny Dean Park. We want to draw people in and out of Green Valley and in and out of Shirlington and make this one really special connected place. For Frit, again, I think we're lucky in Arlington to have Frit as a partner here because, you know, they are interested, that they're long-term investors in the retail environment for Shirlington, which is one of the most important, you know, aspects. And I think community benefits for this part of Arlington is to create the neighborhood retail, the restaurants. You know, we've got the library, we've got Signature Theater, you know, we want to create the neighborhood retail. We've got, you know, all the nightlife. All of this stuff should be connected and treated, we feel like, as one connected plan. The issues that Jay raised about height, you know, I think a lot of it went without being said to some degree, but building heights allow us flexibility to create those connecting points. They allow us to create those step backs. They allow us to create those public spaces and form buildings in the right places to make all of that happen. So to his point, I think some flexibility without just doing what I've heard is what the community doesn't want is to wall off Shirlington. And that's the last thing that I think Frit wants to see happen. They want to connect all of these planning areas.
Mr. Lunger, can we wrap up?
Sure.
Thank you.
But again, arbitrarily controlling building heights, I think, you know, will create more of an unintended consequence than allowing some flexibility to actually sculpt the buildings to allow this connection and this entranceway to happen. So I think I've said enough.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, are there other presenters?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other, Mr. Daisy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought, yes, we were one of the applicants in the block. So I have a couple brief comments if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
First of all, I did want to thank the group for their good effort. And I think we'd have felt very included in this process. Someone asked me early on why we were included, and I think we were really the only employer in the community at the table, and that was really critical for us. And I think that's why we wanted to be included. And I think also our involvement brought in a lot of consideration of arts and cultural organizations in guiding principles and in statements related to it. I think one point that I'd really like to underline or echo is, from an employer perspective, the development's really good and strong. Margaret said, as she was leading off the conversation here, that we're this community that doesn't have Metro. And you all have heard me talk at past meetings about how hard it is to recruit talented staff to come work for you when you don't have Metro in your local community. And so from our perspective, we need to do everything we can to get talent to live here, to shop here, to eat here, and to be here as much as they can, because that's what makes them feel like being part of a community. And so from our perspective, all the pluses that would be achieved through development and making it a great neighborhood would offset some of the negatives of not having Metro here. And frankly, the discussions that we've had with the Shirlington Civic Association and with Frit really played into a part of WEDA's decision to really want to stay in Shirlington and build a long-term home. So I think it's really kind of important to underline that. And, you know, I think I support Frit's request because I think it's good to be open-minded and consider what they could bring to the table. I know ultimately any project that they would consider still has to come before some decision-making body to approve and make happen. And I think from an employment perspective, it would benefit all of us to see how creative and how strong their projects could be, and then weigh the merits of those projects based on that versus 8 stories versus 10 or 6 versus 4 or anything like that. So just from a WIDA perspective, we appreciate the consideration, the inclusion, and we want a strong and healthy Shirlington. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daisy. Ms. Johnson, do we have any other applicant speakers, or are we ready for public speakers?
I don't think so. I haven't been told we have any more speakers.
Excellent. Then I believe we're ready for our public speakers.
Okay. Our first speaker is Edie Wilson, followed by Robin Stombler.
Welcome, Ms. Wilson.
Hello. How are you, commissioners? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I know it's 8 o'clock. I know we have a hard stop at 9, and I would like to move along. These have been terrific presentations and comments. Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. That was really, really helpful. We submitted a letter yesterday which has quite a bit of detail, and I'm not going to repeat it. We do not support the draft report as it stands. We think we're close. We are actually quite upset at the staff recommendations for distributing and capping building heights because we think it's not in the interest of the community long term. And we really only had a total of 40 minutes in 2 meetings to discuss these heights. So we really hope it's possible to get to agreement tonight with the help and the expertise of this commission. I'd like to look at this from a slightly different view for a moment. There have been 2 phases of development for Shirlington. And as we see from the maps, one expanded the area very innovatively. We plowed into the, got county land. They went into the edge of the trade center. And now, however, we look back on that nearly, almost 20 years, and we find we still have an empty surface parking lot, and that we have absolutely no density. As Mr. Schultz said, it's built out, which tells me 2 things. One, staff has been very cautious. There's this let's not ruin Shirlington urge that comes into play. And on the other hand, economically, we haven't gotten it right. I want this commission to think, as they make these decisions tonight, about half-empty restaurants at lunchtime in Shirlington before the pandemic. Our merchants cannot make a living when they can't do more business. And to do that, they need everything that Jay Brinson and Tad Lunger just described. We need residents, workers, we need reinvestment, and we need renewal. So the other thing I'd like to point out is this is it, really, guys. We can never, ever expand our boundaries because we have Park, Highway, Fairlington, and the Trade Center. So the only place we have to put more people into our theater and our amenities and our restaurants and our offices is in the density that you're considering right now. We all know that if you build an 8-story building and it turns out you could have built 10, that no one's going to tear down that 8 stories. So let's really consider the downside of being so cautious that we don't provide the economic vitality that we have. I'd like to talk about 2 last things. We are genuinely worried about our short and long-term future. The economic side of this crisis has only begun to reveal itself. We honestly do not know how many of our merchants it will take down. They are small businesses, and most of them are only at most parts of small restaurant groups. In a world where malls are tanking and national chains are going bankrupt, where the library is closed, we don't know how bad this is going to be. And this may be a 20-year plan, but we need you to think about what the first phase of this is, because it's going to have to lift us through this crisis. I am obligated to mention parking. I think all I'm going to say is, would the commission please mention in its report to the board that this is an issue of great concern to businesses, residents, and visitors, as outlined in various documents. I was not entirely comfortable with the conversation at the Transportation Commission about this. I thought everybody on all sides was waffling and sort of pointing fingers at each other. We must commit to get it done, and the county must play a strong role in making it happen so that our very important parking garages that we are so lucky to have actually can be accessed by the people who will give us the money we need to continue. Finally, I'd like to talk about obsessive love. Everybody loves Shirlington, and that's a problem. It's really hard to be a showcase. Everybody has an idea for how to improve it, and I have heard some ideas from you commissioners on this. And everyone's sure that their idea is the best thing they've ever heard. Arlington planners make presentations to their professional associations about how they
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Our next speaker is Robin Stombler.
Yes, thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Stombler, followed by Guy Land.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Robin Stombler, and I'm here this evening representing the Green Valley Civic Association. We actually just completed our meeting before yours, where there was a discussion about the report before you. My remarks will focus on three aspects. Let me stop for a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, because the timer was not going.
I can hear you, Ms. Stombler. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll continue then. So my remarks will focus on three aspects of the report. First, Arlington Mill Drive. Throughout the study process, Green Valley has had two requests. One, the Shirlington side of Arlington Mill Drive must be open and welcoming to the Green Valley community by improving upon public movement, pedestrian flow, and having welcoming entrances and green space. The report does capture this request on page 66. Our second request was for infrastructure issues to be addressed early in the process. We recognize this is a general planning effort, but the impact of additional height and density on the environment, transportation, schools, and utilities is one that our community is eager to have considered seriously. Related to these issues is heights. While there is a general consensus in Green Valley that heights of 8 to 10 stories are appropriate for the open lot on Arlington Mill Drive, for the sake of compromise, we support the staff's recommendation for heights not to exceed 10 and 12 stories for new buildings on that part of the street. We particularly appreciate the staff's thinking that these heights will be lower than the existing anchoring buildings. Now, part of our reason for this support leads me to point number 2. The applicant has a penchant for building developments with a fortress-like boundary. Existing maps and personal experience visiting their sites in Maryland and in California show us that their developments are built with tall buildings and large garages around the circumference and outdoor brand-name shopping malls on the interior. We believe it's part of the reason the applicant's letter, in its letter to the county board, infers that it does not want the report to reflect a need for compatibility with a neighboring community. We urge you not to give credence to this style of development with undefined heights and with an absence of compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. And then finally, our third point, Green Valley. We are greatly concerned with how Green Valley is captured in this report. The report mentions several locations in Green Valley, but only appears to acknowledge one, the town square, as part of Green Valley. This is a misrepresentation of our community, and it is highly troubling. I can assure you that it was of great concern at our meeting earlier this evening. Jenny Dean Park, Shirlington Park, which is actually a misnomer, the Dog Park, and a future arts and industry district are all in Green Valley, yet the report fails to recognize this fact. The report must be corrected to address these oversights, and we're very pleased to hear that the staff will do so. But without these corrections, we cannot support adoption of the report. However, we do support the request to advertise public hearings with the understanding that these necessary corrections will be made. So on behalf of the Green Valley Civic Association, thank you for consideration of these comments, and we do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dobler.
Our next speaker is Guy Land, followed by Rob Perino.
Good evening, Dr. Guerin and members of the commission. I am Guy Land. I am president of the Arlington Citizens Association, which represents about 7,500 households that are immediately adjacent to the area under study. We're involved in this discussion for two reasons. Number one, because we are adjacent, and the spillover impacts of additional density in Shirlington will affect us through added traffic and, more importantly, I think in some respects, potentially additional enrollment pressures on Abingdon Elementary, which is our neighborhood elementary school. But we're interested in the discussion as well because it is a destination for us. We are the customers for the businesses in Shirlington. So we feel that we have an interest in what would be attractive to our residents as contributors to the economy in Shirlington. There is, I've seen in some of the exchange of paperwork over the last day an implication that we were opposed to any increased density in Shirlington. That's simply not the case. As Mr. Roberts noted earlier this evening, we fully supported the WETA application. We think that's great. We had zero problem with the added density for their move and welcome them to pull the entire operation into the Shirlington area. There's a lot to like in the staff report, but there's also a lot to worry about. The things to like is the acknowledgement that all of us have that the applicant will need to put additional investment into Shirlington to keep it vibrant, to keep it competitive, and that we all know that means they have to have an added return on investment to make it worth their time to do so. We don't challenge that at all. What we're really talking about is where does the line get drawn on what will work best for the larger community and still achieve the goal that the applicant has in that respect. Some of the things to like in here as well are the emphasis on maintaining the character and feel of Campbell Avenue, the Main Street. We absolutely embrace that. We think that's great and commend the staff for that. We likewise embrace the support for the arts, just generally the guiding principles in the report. One thing I did want to flag particularly was the report's emphasis on historic preservation. Arlington is on the National Register of Historic Places, so we take historic preservation seriously. As condominium owners, we have paid literally millions of dollars in condo fees to preserve the historic character of our neighborhood. We would like to see the same thing accomplished in Shirlington. And the other thing is the recognition in the guiding principles of attractions for kids. That's an important demographic in our community that will make Shirlington more beneficial and attractive to our people, and we appreciate the staff's focusing on that. Things to worry about, it is, as Ms. Sommer suggested, and she lifted my phrase here, so I've got to restructure, what is almost the appearance of an impenetrable fortress around Shirlington, with putting all the high buildings, and I fully understand that you build out from the center as opposed to what we do at the metro stops. But the speaker for the applicant said we want to turn it outwards. We want to have it draw people in. I question how 10 to 12-story buildings along the perimeter do that. I think they have actually the opposite consequence. So we would encourage you to look at the placement of that added density there and what the impact is on welcoming people. We have a larger issue that this study doesn't address. We flagged in a letter earlier to the Long Range Planning Committee, and that is the development in Shirlington isn't taking place in a vacuum. I expect your commission in 6 months will have before it a plan to add 400 plus units in Park Shirlington, which is also going on. There is the West Alex development at King and Beauregard. Both of those will have significant impacts on Shirlington in one way or another, and definitely on Arlington. Finally, I think that the report could be strengthened in emphasizing Shirlington as a work destination. This was hinted at in the WETA presentation. It's more than just people going out to work from Shirlington. It is people coming into Shirlington to work, and we would support additional enhancements of that. Again, there's a lot to like here. There are concerns about the distribution of density, and the larger concern is there is a presumption running in behalf of the full amount of density that is permitted under the proposed change, including 8 to 10 stories on the site of the current Shell station. That would cause us significant heartburn. And I just want to put a placeholder. If those were to come before you years down the road, we would have serious reservations about that. We very much appreciate the staff's time and the commission's time. We look forward to working with you as this goes before the board.
Thank you, Mr. Land. You just made it.
And our last speaker for this item is Rob Perino.
Welcome, Mr. Perino.
Rob Perino.
Did we lose Mr. Perino? He was on here earlier.
I'm here, ma'am. I just was on my telephone, and then I guess that was. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a little feedback. Is there anything you can turn off in your room?
If you could please
Yes.
mute your cell phone, if you have that with you
Right.
as well.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. As a resident of Green Valley, I'd like to discuss how urgently our neighborhood needs the pedestrian/trail bridge that goes over Shirlington Road to become a much higher priority. As a Green Valley homeowner who relies on the bridge to access Shirlington Village services and the Shirlington Transportation Center, I can personally attest to the perilous conditions for runners, bicyclists, commuters, and families with children who walk between the Green Valley and Shirlington neighborhoods. The 3 to 5 foot wide sidewalk that conveys both the 4 Mile Run Trail and pedestrian sidewalk between Arlington Mill and 4 Mile Run Drives is unsafe, and it's an insufficient width for two-way pedestrian and trail traffic, especially while we're trying to be socially distant. The footpath does not provide enough space for two people passing one another without one person by the busy close contact. Bicycle rider person cannot safely pass. According to trails, it's primarily used for walking, running, and road biking, unquote. And I might add, as we all know, it crosses right by the terminus of the Washington and Old Dominion Trail. The existing infrastructure is inconsistent with the neighborhood conservation plan, which for walkability, accessibility, and a reduction to impacts. The recently installed crosswalk light, and I'm glad to be getting this in, between Arlington Mill and 4 Mile Run Drives, which connects the 4 Mile Run Trail from the boundary with Alexandria to the Shirlington Road Bridge, neither reduces traffic impacts mandated an extremely dense block, interstate exit ramp, WIDA traffic, buses, Vulcan cement trucks, and fast cars that do not always stop. I suspect the improvement of the trail will need to include an underpass in order to safely convey bikers and walkers between Alexandria and continuation of Stride Arlington Mill Drive, similar to the 4 Mile Run Trail underpass at West near its intersection with South Glebe. Shirlington Road Bridge has remained woefully insufficient for years with no improvement proposals or specific timelines communicated with residents. The inclusion of the Green Valley community is due, and while some of these developments will be exciting, it just can't proceed without the little communication that I know will go a long way. For the last 7 years that I've lived in Green Valley, the Shirlington Bridge project has merely been a bullet on county documents without meaningful action taken to mitigate how dangerous and outdated this infrastructure is. Please raise the priority level of this project so that these improvements can happen in conjunction with the phase 1 completion of Jenny Dean Park and assure a safe experience for all who reside in the 4 Mile Run Valley. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perino. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public speakers?
Yes, that concludes all public speakers for the evening.
Thank you. Now we'll go to commissions. Commissioner Lynn, tell me, did Transportation Commission hear this?
Yes, the Transportation Commission did hear this, and it had concerns with it. The 2 areas that it was unhappy about were for the transportation analysis focused on really the level of service on the various intersections and parking, which interestingly turned out to support the maximum density that could be put on this site, or this large site. The commission was also very concerned that there really wasn't much discussion about the mass transit. The bus is there and other modes of transit, that it was focused really on traffic the way we used to, rather than more of a multimodal way of looking at things. Overall, the Transportation Commission ended up voting unanimously to defer because it believes that there is this area would support additional density, and that it's an area that is served by mass transit, even though the analysis doesn't really go too much into where transit goes and how it could be changed to accommodate, but the density could be supported and should be supported, and thus the Transportation Commission voted to defer.
Thank you, Mr. Lantome, for that report. The matter is now with the commission. Time check, it's 8:25. We need to be focused with our discussion, so what I'm going to propose is we will hear Commissioner Schroll give the report on this, and he will identify the main areas for discussion, and then we will take them one at a time. Commissioner Schroll, are you ready to give that report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. So there is a report that a revised report that I just circulated with some revised motions. I would point that out to you all to take a look at that. My apologies for not getting that to you slightly earlier. You heard from many of our speakers kind of the remaining issues that we'll talk about momentarily. The LRPC had 6 meetings to consider this. We have really talked about a wide variety of issues over the course of time on this matter, and many of them have been resolved. There's definitely a consensus for redevelopment in Shirlington. The neighbors, I think, all to a large degree support that redevelopment, and that came through during our process. As we heard, there's still some remaining issues, but I think there's definitely interest and support and consensus about the need to redevelop Shirlington Village. Retaining the character, obviously traffic and parking were certainly issues that remain, especially for the neighbors. I think the areas for discussion tonight, as kind of identified in my report, are as follows. One is the staff report mentions that we didn't have an RTA to discuss this prior to this coming to us for action, as it is tonight, which I think is unfortunate. We could have had a chance to have identified many of these issues, particularly some of the height issues, in an RTA, which would have been useful. There's some others that are maybe a little bit more minor, but again, I think there's some things that seem inconsistent with our discussion and should have been identified in the RTA. And we could have had one. There's no reason why we couldn't have had an RTA in June and could have had a meeting just like we're doing tonight. So that was a missed opportunity and one I think I certainly regret. The height issue is one we should certainly discuss. I think there's different views on this. articulated by staff and the applicants, and I think held by some planning commissioners, so we should certainly discuss that. There's language in the staff report regarding historic preservation, and while we did discuss it, we did hear staff reports on historic preservation. The Special GLUP Plus did not have a consensus that building preservation was a high priority. Focus was more on retaining kind of the character and the building form, but preservation was not, of those structures, was not necessarily something that, again, was a high priority. So we'd like, I think, certainly like to get some clarity on the recommendations, page 79 from staff. And I think the last one was something that Ms. Stombler brought up, was this need to make sure that there's, that Shirlington is a welcoming place. And I know there's guidance on page 66, but we can maybe discuss if we think that's sufficient enough or we need to go a little further in that. I have some suggested motions. I revised them slightly from what I circulated previously. So again, please look at the new ones that you should be in your email box. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Looking quickly down the list, if there's something very pressing in addition to these, let's raise it. Otherwise, let's focus our discussion on these. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Guerin. I just wanted to circle back, sort of follow up on the historical preservation and the note from staff of items that were going to be revised already in the report before us, and then the associated motion that Commissioner Schroll makes to make sure that the motion we make either endorses or does not endorse those items.
Thank you. So let's make sure everyone understands that when we discuss that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, with that, what I'd like to propose we do is tackle these in order. We can start with the heights, and what I'd like to do is go around essentially our virtual table in order alphabetically. If you don't have anything to say on the heights, you can simply pass. Perhaps you feel more strongly about historic preservation or ensuring that Shirlington remains a welcoming place to visit. So we'll go in order. With regard to heights, Commissioner Bagley, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I just have one concern in hearing the staff report that one of the apprehensions of the heights in the general little part of Shirlington Village would be the effect on trees. So, and that is part of the character of the inner part of Shirlington. So maybe somebody could elaborate on that, or is there a shadow study that says what heights then do really hurt the trees? So I'm just curious as to how they came up with that, and is there something that we can look at scientifically or something like that?
Thank you. Staff, would you like to weigh in on these as we raise them?
Yes, and
Sure.
I'll let Chris Kreider, sorry, this is Margaret Rhodes. I'd like Chris Kreider to maybe speak to that, but there is some in the actual plan itself. There are some slides that show some of our shadow studies, but I'll let Chris take a first shot at this.
Thank you, Mr. Kreider.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, I'm Chris Kreider. I'm the planning supervisor with the urban design section. And the issue of the trees was primarily focused on those that are on Campbell Avenue. They're approximately 70 feet high, and they're in good health. And we felt that if the additional height on the Campbell Avenue properties was right at the back of the sidewalk, that they would actually start to block the trees, which actually hang over the top of those one-story facades. So our primary concern was on Campbell, and we felt that that additional height would both compromise its ability to get light, and also the shadows that are cast by that are shown on page 107, I believe, would get demonstrably deeper than they are today.
Mr. Kreider, to clarify, would the step backs also impact the trees? For example, if we allowed additional height but further step backs?
we could allow additional height, but the problem is that the depth of those parcels is fairly shallow.
Yes.
So with any greater setback than what we're showing, we start to compromise the development potential for that additional height on Campbell.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes. Anything on trees?
And just so everyone knows, this is the shadow study.
Yes.
And it's in the report. And this is showing noon at each of the vernal and winter equinox and the summer solstice. And as you can see, at noon, there's a fair amount of shadows cast in the spring and fall on Campbell. This is with just the 4-story heights and the setback. Any additional height would continue to consume Campbell in terms of available light.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Commissioner Gearing. I actually support the applicant's request with respect to the heights in this particular location due to both the typography here and the unique nature of the transportation confluences that are here. It's car dominated. To staff's concern with respect to above grade parking at the sites being a cause for concern, I think that I'm far greater concern would be the removal of historic affairs and landmark review board review on certain sites because that typically is the only way we ever get great architecture anyways. That's my only comments with respect to heights, and I would welcome motions, but don't plan to make any.
Thank you. Commissioner Lantelmi on heights?
Yes, I'm also supporting additional height here. I think that it's an artificial cap on it, that given how, first of all, this is an area that is a mixed-use, walkable area that can certainly support additional people in it, which would help the supermarkets, the drugstores, the other retail in the area. Even though it isn't served by a metro, it still is primarily a walkable area. We have a desperate need for additional housing units in this county, and to put an artificial cap on something where the zoning allows greater height is something that I think that's contrary to our larger interests within this county. That said, I think that we want to be careful that we're not creating a wall, that there be architectural designs, openings, so that it is in fact welcoming, that it is not going to be looking that it's pushing people out. It should be done in a way that can move people in. But adding a couple of stories, I don't think would be intimidating to someone coming in. Because I think that it's important that we do put as much density on this area as we can that is within the zoning envelope. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morton, comments on heights?
Hi, yes, thanks. I haven't reviewed the new height in the motion carefully enough. I am concerned about I strongly support the setback on Campbell, and I was concerned, like staff, with if there were additional density both at the AMC site and what was called the office site, how, I'm concerned about the fortress-like wall on the edge, but I'm also concerned about a really dramatic and kind of strange-looking disjuncture if we're able to keep that setback. I'm wondering if we have time, if staff could talk, maybe Chris, a little bit about whether, what was the height that you were analyzing when you were thinking that it wouldn't really be feasible or the architecture program wouldn't work if additional height was on the AMC and office site building? What height were you considering there? And do you think one or the other would be more feasible as a successful design?
I'll take that one. The question of the AMC is because the adjoining buildings are approximately 55 and 70 feet high, the height that's shown, that's proposed, is 6 stories, which is about 75 feet. And then if you add additional enclosures for mechanical equipment, you're pushing it much higher, upwards of 90 feet. If you're to add 2 more stories to that overall height, you're actually looking at about 115 feet. So now you're almost twice as high as the adjoining building on a very small and very centralized block. So when we do look at the absolute heights of the building, that's where I think our concerns were centered. We agree that density and occupancy is an important engine to Shirlington, but the overall urban design character should be consistent with what's existing. And at some point, you start to compromise that when your adjoining buildings are twice. And for example, the building on Arlington Mill Drive, if it was allowed to go to 12 stories, it would be upwards of 130 feet, which with a mechanical space on top of that, we're looking once again at almost twice as high as the hotel. So our concerns are with the absolute height and the inability to have a transition when one building next to another, such as the Cap City building or the office building, AMC, is twice as high as its immediate neighbors.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel, comments on heights?
No, I'm going to pass. I just align with Commissioner Morton's comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, comments on heights?
In the interest of time, I will also pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sarli, comments on heights?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting past the fortress aspect, facing the valley, the Green Valley and the park. And you can see from the picture that's on the screen that there's a significant shadow that is cast. And I don't understand how like a solid height could be managed into sort of a welcoming connection to the park. I think staff sort of attempting to sculpt the skyline, as it were, is commendable. And I think it's something that we got to look at. And I would support, I'm not opposed to the density factor. I think, it has been worked out sufficiently and the traffic impact and all this other stuff. But I think the sculpting and the notion of shadows, like if you have a solid, absolutely maximum height all across, it's really going to become just unwelcoming. I just don't see how that can be reversed. And I think the other thing is sort of like the New York skyline issue where you can start to create some vertical shafts. That's my concern. I think sculpting needs to happen. And if you give the density just flat out, you're not going to get a pleasant skyline.
Thank you. Commissioner Schroll? Do you have anything to add?
I'm gonna pass.
Thank you. Commissioner Siegel?
I think we're faced with two compelling visions. One, the village vision, to build on what we have and enhance it, but keep the character the same, which I think does mean that Shirlington is, in a way, landlocked. It doesn't have metro, doesn't have a good, efficient transit. This sort of undermines its economic viability, certainly for the next 5-7 years. Could be that the development in Pentagon City would stimulate some interest in terms of apartment dwellers. But then I begin to think, well, maybe we do need more density, and to achieve that, you'd have to have more heights. I particularly focus on what Ms. Rhodes called the Arlington Mill Edge, which I think evokes for me this self-contained Shirlington, as opposed to what Mr. Lunger expressed was an area that turns itself outward to the neighborhood. In short, I would support greater heights. There are a number of sites identified by the developer in the presentation, and I would support maybe 2/3 of those.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Commissioner Steinberger?
Just briefly, I agree with sort of the push and pull that's been described in terms of what is desirable for maintaining the character of Shirlington and what is desirable from a standpoint of where we go from here and what development in Shirlington, the future of Shirlington looks like. I see both sides being compelling. I'm I think there's probably areas that I could see a little more height on, but I'm very concerned with some of the shadowing that we've seen in the modeling that was, I think, on a different image shortly ago. And what that's going to look like in terms of Shirlington being the pleasant place to mill and sit in cafes and kind of have that, let alone what it does. Yeah, thank you. This is the image I was referring to. Let alone what it does for kind of the tree livelihood. So yeah, I mean, that's just what I'm weighing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weir, comments on heights?
You know, I think that a lot of my concerns have been articulated, and I'll just specifically say that I really take the comments, especially from Commissioner Sarli and the comments about shadow cast on the Green Valley parks. Those really resonate with me.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to the next major issue, and let's go backwards this time. This is with regard to historic preservation. Comments on the issues about historic preservation. Commissioner Schroll, did you want to start this, and then we'll get comments to clarify what you're looking for to move forward?
Sure thing, Commissioner. So one of the concerns that I had when I read the report was the fact that the report reflects that the LRPC had expressed support for facade preservation. So on page 79 of the report, it sort of indicates that that was the position of the kind of public participants. And that was not what we heard during LRPC. And so I could be persuaded that staff, in their professional opinion, thought that this was a necessary component and that we have an HRI and we have important buildings, and they thought that this was a way to achieve some of the building form requests that they also heard. But I would like to get some maybe feedback from staff on that because the recommendations sort of was disjointed from our discussion and didn't necessarily reflect it.
Thank you. Ms. Rhodes, do you want to address that?
Yes, I'd like to address that. Yes. You know, throughout the process, we heard from people not only around the LRPC table, but also through our online engagement and at our community forum. So while there may have been a tiny bit of ambivalence at the LRPC meeting from some of the commissioners regarding the preservation of the frontages, I think that you can see here that it was very important to a lot of our respondents. We had 300 respondents. It was also something that kind of as you were alluding to at the end of your discussion there, Mr. Schroll, that you know, staff needs to weigh and balance all of the different priorities from the stakeholders, from the county. And so when we heard again and again, probably the most important thing that we heard is that, you know, this area has a unique character. It has a village character. It has a main street. It has tree-lined streets. It has brick sidewalks. It has these small retail shops, these small restaurant shops. When we heard that again and again, that really was the most important thing, and that was what people identify with Shirlington, we wanted to make sure that we translated that into a recommendation. So the county board had already approved labeled these buildings as important. So that is the second highest category of importance on the historic resources inventory. So we took that information, we took what we kept hearing about this pedestrian friendly scale, and that people really, that one block with those buildings really, for many people, was the very heart of Shirlington. And we wanted to make sure that whatever we do here, we do not destroy that one area that is really important to people. I think, you know, the applicant was suggesting that maybe these buildings could be replaced in kind. I think, replacing them in kind is maybe, just something that can't be done. You can replace a mature tree with a sapling, but it's not the same thing. So I think we need to really think critically about this. And given that the county board has called these buildings important, I would ask, why wouldn't we preserve these frontages here? And we're only talking about on one block, but I think they really are critical to that feel. People also talked about Shirlington as being a little bit different from some other areas in the county, maybe say Market Common or some of the other areas in the county, in that it has an authentic fabric, an authentic feel, and that, this area actually has fabric, and it has changed over time. It's evolved as Shirlington has evolved over time, from those days when it was, the initial commercial development there done around the same time that Fairlington was built, into what it is today. So those buildings have evolved along with it. And I think they show a lot of the character of the area. So, perhaps there was some ambivalence amongst commissioners, but I think you heard tonight, Fairlington, their support for those historic buildings. And it was something that we heard from a lot of the respondents to our online surveys. I can also, if I know time is short, but Lauren from Historic Preservation staff is here too if there are additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Schroll, did you have anything else you wanted to say before we get comments from the PC?
Yeah, just quickly. Ms. Rhodes, thank you for that explanation. I'll certainly go I think, along with where my fellow commissioners are on this, and I know there's differences of opinion with my colleagues, so certainly don't want to speak for them. I think the thing that I would ask is that, to the extent possible, that the report reflect that there was a difference opinion of the folks who were asked to participate in the LRPC process. There were several times when folks were asked directly, do you support preserving these buildings? And a number of the nearby neighbors said no, that they didn't necessarily care to do that. And that was not of great import to them. So I think it's perhaps a nuance. And I think if that could be reflected, I can certainly respect the staff's position on this, and that it's different from others, and that you're tasked with supporting the elements of the comp plan and the fact that these are on the HRI. So I can certainly understand that. But it still seems sort of disjointed from at least the LRPC discussion, the way it's laid out in the document. But with that, Madam Chair, I'll, I guess the last piece before I cede the floor, Madam Chair, is that at least in the presentations we got, a number of the buildings that were on the HRI were said to have not been kept in the best condition, or at least that's my recollection. And so if that's the case, I think that's something to take into consideration with this discussion, as well as the cost of doing this. If we do have facade preservation, it's a costly thing to do. It might be an important thing to do, but it will come at the cost of doing some other things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now we'll go backwards and see if you want to comment on this, given the information we already have and how short time is. I don't want to tell you not to, but be wise and respecting all of our time. We'll start with Commissioner Weir on this. Do you have comments on the historic preservation?
I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger?
What I want to say briefly is that I think that what I'm hearing and what I recall from the conversation at the LRPC where we did discuss the historic preservation and the facades is that, and I can't speak for what came in, I can speak for what was discussed. I'm less familiar with what came in terms of the online comments, but that in terms of a struggle to kind of articulate what makes Shirlington Shirlington, and that I think what has happened is almost a shorthanding of saying that preserving the facades, the historic preservation of some of the buildings in Shirlington is being taken as we need to keep Shirlington Shirlington. And I'm not sure that that was as conveyed in terms of the discussion that was had at the LRPC where this was addressed, but I think that that has sort of been the takeaway. I'm not saying that's an incorrect or correct takeaway, but I think that's sort of what we're getting at too, is that there's this articulation of the kind of struggle of what makes Shirlington so special. And we've kind of gotten to the point where it's, well, it's got to be some of the historic preservation of the facades. I think that's probably accurate, but I'm not sure it was expressed as concisely that way in the meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Siegel, comments on the historic preservation?
Yes, I want to support Commissioner Schroll's request to, as he suggested, include the opposite view to keep Shirlington starting with 20 feet of the building with the facade, et cetera, and building on that with the tree issue, you get the village at Shirlington just kind of upgraded. And I don't think that the Shirlington Civic Association, in fact, I know the Shirlington Civic Association, which cares very much about Shirlington proper, let's call it, does not fully embrace that as a singular and preeminent guiding principle. So I wanted to support Commissioner Schroll. The other thing I don't understand, I'll just leave it as a question on the table, is the bullet point I saw from Ms. Rhodes' presentation to eliminate the HALRB from discussing the historic preservation. And one more point, I think we're talking about Campbell Avenue itself. We're not talking about South Randolph or Quincy. So I think I'm going to stop now because we don't have time. We
don't. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sarli, comments on the historic preservation?
Yes, I think this is sort of a bathwater situation. I think the attempt to preserve the architecture, this isn't a McKim made in white sort of well-articulated, building. I think we're trying to preserve the space. And I think the conversation about heights probably has more to do with the preservation of the quality of the space than the preservation of the building. I think this is a little bit misguided. And I think it's just not architecturally significant enough. We're talking about a very smooth stone facade with light little fluting on the top. It's lovely, and I'm not opposed to it. But I really think that the goal of retaining the quality of the space will be made or break with the heights conversation more than it will be with the architecture.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, comments on the historic preservation?
I'd just like to align myself with Commissioner Sarli. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel?
I'll pass. I agree that it's the heights conversation more so than the architectural conversation.
That's helpful comments, guys. Commissioner Morton?
I disagree with the ideas put forward by Commissioner Schroll. We did hear over and over again in the documents that people care about preserving the village. We have a tool, which is the historic preservation element of our comp plan, and we have the HRI, which people spent time on articulating what was valuable to the community. And throughout the HRI, they talk about integrated and balanced approach. Preserving only the facades really is already a significant compromise. We're not trying to freeze everything and have control over the whole environment like signage. So I don't know exactly which language, all the language, but I wouldn't be in favor of striking it. And I do feel like we've heard from Fairlington, we also heard comments from urban forestry and parks. talking about really the ensemble character of the village, which includes building fabric, pavements, mature trees. It's really this ambiance that I think and authenticity that makes this a competitive environment. So thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Lynn, tell me.
I'll pass on this one.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thanks, Commissioner Gearing. My only question is for staff. I want to go back to the staff presentation slide and the items they changed and understand if their changes that they said were post our current agenda items are reflected in the report we have before us.
I would like to have Lauren Ferris from Historic Preservation respond to that question.
Hi, everybody. This is Lauren Ferris. Thank you for the chance to chat about some of the changes that we are considering. As Margaret pointed out, we are already considering taking out certain language that is found on page 79. There's two sections on page 79 that talks about having HALRB review, and one of those is with site plan, which we do say that should stay, that language should stay the same. The second was talking about if the HALRB should be involved with certain things like storefront changes. And we heard feedback from our colleagues and recognized how that could be seen as not as flexible as possible commercial establishments would like. And so one of the recommendations that we already would like to change on page 79 is stating that there will be some type of design guidance that is provided, which fortunately Shirlington already has a design guideline, which but was written in the year 2000. So our suggestion is to update this because this is a tool that we already use currently in other urban areas within Arlington County that allows us to make sure that there is good urban design concerning future changes. And the great thing is Shirlington is already doing that currently. Some of you are probably familiar with the changes that are happening with the CVS building, the CVS coming into one of the corner buildings along Campbell Avenue. And we've already been able to work with the contractors about what would be some good approaches and changes to that storefront so that it's appropriate to that historic facade. And so something like creating a design guideline will help and is one of our recommendations. We also would like to add into it the possibility of considering the Main Street America program, because that would be a possible tool that could be used that would also allow possible more financial incentives for the property owner, the applicant, and commercial businesses. So those are some of the things that we have proposed instead of HALRB review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bagley, comments on the historic preservation?
Yeah, I would like to align myself with comments made by both Commissioners Morton and Steinberger.
Okay, thank you. The last major issue we had regards ensuring that this is a welcoming place. This gets to comments that were raised throughout the LRPC discussion and that were underscored today by Ms. Stombler's comments representing Green Valley. We'll go again in order. Commissioner Schroll, did you want to give some guidance as to what would be helpful for you in crafting motions before we start taking feedback from our colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that would be helpful is there is current guidance on page 66. So please look at that. And then, do you think we need the kind of belt and suspenders approach to draw further attention to this? Or do you think that the existing guidance is sufficient?
Helpful, thank you. Let's start with you, Commissioner Bagley.
I think I'm going to pass on this one.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Pass.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
I think I already mentioned this in my earlier comments on heights. I'll pass further.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Morton?
So I'm supportive of design guidelines. Is that what we're discussing, the third motion to make it welcoming? I don't know if it's possible to include some historic preservation guidelines in that for Campbell Avenue specifically, and do we need to limit it to the other perimeter, if I'm reading this correctly?
I think the concerns that have been raised throughout the process, and especially by the representatives of Green Valley, were really Arlington Mill and how this might seem fortress-like from the exterior, the periphery.
Yeah,
but we'd be interested in hearing your comments on that.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it.
Okay. Commissioner Patel?
Pass.
Commissioner Peterson?
I will pass. Thank you.
Commissioner Sarli?
Yes, I think, again, it does come down to heights and sculpting. I think like you signal entrance and you signal exits and you signal all these things by the way you sculpt, the heights of these buildings. So that's how you know where the gate is. If we just have like a consistent height all the way across, it's going to be really hard to enhance that connectivity and highlight, nodes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siegel?
I'll pass.
Commissioner Steinberger?
I think that the bigger part of this part is I really spoke to me needing to have kind of the bus stop that was addressed for that one route. I think that's something that I align with. But beyond that, I mean, I do think it's going to be the architecture that kind of determines how inviting this is going to be. So.
Yes, and so I believe what Commissioner Steinberger is referring to is from Commissioner Pam Van Hine from Pedestrian Advisory Committee, letting us all remember how unwelcoming the experience is walking on Arlington Mill Drive, that there isn't a protected bus shelter, that there aren't protected signalized crossings for some of the pedestrians as well. Good point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Ware?
Pass.
Thank you. Okay, so I do know that we're running a little bit behind and we still have motions. Commissioner Schroll is likely working on those motions based on the feedback we've just given him. It is 9:05. I hope we can have the grace of staff for a little bit longer. I think what will be helpful is if maybe we collect comments one final time, ask staff if there's a way to address some of these, and then go directly into our motions. So with that, I'd like to do that, asking you to be very brief. We have covered a lot of material tonight, but this is a very important issue. Commissioner Weir, would you start us?
Again, if this is, I don't have any further comments at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger?
I think I've made the points that I wanted to make.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siegel?
I'll make comments when we get to motions.
Got it. Commissioner Schroll, did you want to say anything at this point?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Sarli?
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Peterson?
Pass. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel?
Pass. Thanks.
Commissioner Morton?
Pass. Thank you.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
I'll pass also.
Commissioner Hughes?
Pass.
Commissioner Bagley?
Pass.
Thank you. Ms. Rhodes and Mr. Carter, is there anything you want to share with us before we start making our motions? Anything in addition?
I don't think so from my end.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that we have some opportunities on the Arlington Mill elevation. If there is an above grade garage, there's an opportunity to either activate that or, with an active use, or more of a biophilic approach, which is to create a true nature wall. And then there's likely to be a step back at that point where the transition. So I do think there's some urban design opportunities to animate the elevations along Arlington Mill, and I think we would welcome the opportunity to work with the applicant on those gestures.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing, and then I'll turn this over to Commissioner Schroll, with regard to historic preservation, because this seems like maybe the easiest one to start to tackle, is some concern with how the narration was characterized in the plan. not so much disagreement that there was some general interest in supporting the authenticity in the village-like feel of Shirlington, but just that LRPC as a whole didn't necessarily support preserving the facades. I'm not sure if there's a way to get at that. I'm hearing a lot of support, almost, I guess, universal support for ensuring that this does feel welcome to the neighboring civic associations, particularly the area along Arlington Mill, ensuring that it doesn't look like it's just a giant walled fortress, and that it's welcoming on both sides. And we're hearing from Mr. Kreider that there's a lot of opportunities there for design guidelines that might do that. And we've heard some from our local design experts, Commissioner Sarli, Commissioner Morton. With regard to heights, I can't even begin to figure out where we are on that. So let's go on to motions. Commissioner Schroll, are you ready to start with any?
Yeah, I'll get us started here. But I can't say that I'm ready with all of them. So, all right. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board adopt the attached resolution, Attachment 1, to adopt the Shirlington Special General Land Use Plan Study Plus and Concept Plan, as shown in Attachment A, included in the staff report dated June 24th, 2020.
Second. Motion made by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Guerin. Commissioner Schroll, do you want to speak to that, or do we have amendments, motions?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like to speak to it in the way of maybe discussing a further amendment, if I might.
Yes.
So there sounded, I would like to make a motion regarding heights. It sounded to me like there was some disagreement about how to kind of modify the motion I sent around previously. And so there didn't seem to be a whole lot of support necessarily for additional stories on Campbell above the 4. So what I circulated previously of going up to 6 stories, I'm thinking about retracting. And I would, I guess, propose to kind of move forward with that motion, with that amendment, so that 6 stories along Campbell Avenue with a setback at 2 stories would be removed.
Madam Chair, this is Matt Pfeiffer. I'm sorry, Commissioner Schroll. Would it help right now if I shared my screen and put your motions up?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, or am I allowed to share my screen?
Sure.
I don't know if I have, well, if you can make me.
If you can give him presenter ability, that would be great. I do think this is going to get complicated otherwise.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
He may not have presenter ability, so it may be better if I just put it up there and I can kind of follow along.
All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, I'll send it to you.
Ms. Johnson is saying that she just gave him ability to do that.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Excellent idea.
Okay, let me know if you can see it.
Not yet. There we go.
Okay, so I had circulated this motion and I'm intending to make it with this amendment.
You still got to read it.
I know, but I need to be recognized by Madam Chair. Is that okay if I make
Yeah,
that
I'm
motion?
just reading it. Yes, Commissioner Schroll, yeah, you're recognized.
All right, I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that the heights map in Figure 6-57 on page 103 of the Shirlington Special General Land Use Plan Study Plus and Concept Plan be amended to allow for heights up to 16 stories along 395, 14 to 16 stories along Arlington Mill Drive and 8 stories on the AMC site.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Commissioner Morton and then Commissioner Siegel.
I'm more in favor of that. I don't think I yet support the AMC site height increase though.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siegel?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this motion. I'm very uncomfortable with the focus on what Shirlington is going to look like from outside Shirlington. And I think there's a real divide that I perceive. Again, it's the two different visions that I tried to outline before. I think what gets lost in a perfectly redesigned Shirlington is the need for redevelopment and the ability to redevelop. And I think that is, as Commissioner Sarli says, dependent on height. So I very strongly support this motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger.
And the heights are confusing. So if I get this right, what is the AMC site currently intended to go to? Is that 4 or 6?
6.
6. I think I aligned with Commissioner Morton's comments. I'm still uncomfortable with 8 stories on the AMC site. So I don't know if that was removed from this motion. I may be more inclined to support this, but I don't see myself going to 8 stories on AMC.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that, I actually have to disagree with Commissioner Siegel's comments. I think that it's extremely important to be thinking about what this looks like from the outside in, especially when one of the neighboring communities is a historically Black community. And I worry about what walls look like when we are talking about, Green Valley Civic Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this motion?
So it's Sarah, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ware? And then
just
Commissioner
to associate myself with Commissioner Patel's comments.
Okay, Commissioner Patel, you still have your hand raised. Do you have more to contribute? Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Commissioner Siegel, then Commissioner Steinberger.
Yes, I kind of feel like I have to defend my comment.
Go ahead.
I was not saying that it was unimportant to take a look at Shirlington redevelopment from the perspective of both of all the surrounding communities. In fact, I think we had a letter from, I believe it was Mr. Henderson of Douglas Park, who I think supports the views of the Shirlington Civic Association. I was simply saying that the discussion seemed to me to key off of that outside in view rather than the inside out concern. That's all I was saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Commissioner Steinberger, and then we'll let Commissioner Schroll have the last word.
So I think I'm very appreciative for the discussion that was just had in terms of kind of the internal view and external view. I think that for me, it really is that nothing exists in a vacuum. And so when you're looking at the relationship of Shirlington, you, from my perspective, have to look at how it interacts with everything around it. And I think that what we've said, and it's both, I think, the charm of Shirlington, but also sort of the how do we allow Shirlington to continue to kind of grow and develop and be, reach its kind of development and economic potential. And that is necessarily, from my vision, linked to the interconnectivity of Shirlington with everything around it. So I think that, if we are kind of, you can't look at one and not the other. And so I think that it's important to kind of hear from both perspectives on what that interaction is going to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Steinberger. Commissioner Schroll, you can have the last word, and then we'll vote on your motion.
I had my hand up.
I'm sorry?
I had my hand up.
Okay, so with that discussion, we're ready to take a vote on the motion. Commissioner Schroll, would you read it and then I will do the roll call on it?
Madam Chair, I think that
Commissioner
Yes.
will tell me, I think, was seeking recognition.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. I just saw Commissioner Weir just now. Commissioner Lynn, tell me? I don't even see you on the screen. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
Please go
I do
ahead.
support the motion. Yeah, I do support the motion as it is written. I do support the extra height on the AMC side. I think it's more likely to redevelop now that we're having that. It's questionable whether to what extent movie theaters are to continue as is. But I support the height along Arlington Mill with the proviso that it in fact be a true good neighbor looking out toward the other neighborhoods and toward the parkland. It can't be just service. It has to be living, welcoming, open, and inviting so that it really becomes a way that you know how to get from here to there rather than it cannot be a wall. I think we're all agreed on. With that proviso, I do intend to vote for this motion.
Thank you. It does look like Commissioner Schroll's earlier report and then the revised motions on screen show a third motion that would address some of these issues that you're all raising. With no other discussion on this item, and I would like to move forward, I'd like to take a vote on the motion that we're discussing right now. Commissioner Bagley?
Nay.
Commissioner Guerin, aye. Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Nay.
Commissioner Patel?
Nay.
Commissioner Peterson?
Nay.
Commissioner Sarli?
Nay.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Nay.
Commissioner Weir?
Nay.
The motion fails. 5 ayes to 7 nays. Is there another motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that the historic preservation language on page 79 of the Shirlington Special General Land Use Study Plus and Concept Plan be amended to reflect that while the LRPC did not express support for historic preservation, other community members expressed support. You say retaining the historic character. Sorry, typing as I go. I can say that again. I apologize, Madam Chair. So be amended to reflect that while LRPC did not express support for historic preservation, other community members expressed support for retaining the historic character of Shirlington.
Second. So motion on the table by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Guerin. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, it's just a small nuance in that during our discussion throughout our process, we didn't express that support, but others in the community did. And so I just want to make sure that the record sort of reflects that. And this is a revision from the earlier language, obviously to strike that language entirely.
Agree, and I'll take my prerogative as chair and say that I think this gets much closer to both addressing what I think this is closer to addressing the concerns that were raised in the comments today. Any other comments on this motion? And Commissioner Land, tell me, I'm sorry, but you're not on my list on the right, so just raise your hand. Commissioner Sarli?
So I just am a little nervous that the character is ill-defined. Like, what is the historic character? And I think that's being interpreted as the historic wall. And like I said before, I'm not sure that that captures the historic character.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thanks, Commissioner Gearing. I don't intend to support the motion. I think that as we move forward, especially with the digital way we're going to move forward as a commission in the near term, that representing the plans we adopt with respect to the broader community we're engaged with, the 300 comments or so that Decipher and staff brought forward, should be reflective. And so while the people at the table may not have expressed preserve, the process itself did. And so I'm comfortable with where staff arrived at for its language.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing, oh, let's see. Commissioner Patel.
I just want to align myself with the comments of Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberger?
Ditto, that's what I wanted to say, aligned with those comments.
Okay. Commissioner Weir?
Likewise.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? With that, we're ready for a vote on this motion. Nay or aye? Commissioner Bagley?
Nay.
Commissioner Guerin, aye. Commissioner Hughes?
Nay.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Nay.
Commissioner Patel?
Nay.
Commissioner Peterson?
Abstain.
Commissioner Sarli?
Nay.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Nay.
Commissioner Weir?
Nay.
Nay. The motion fails with 4 ayes, 1 abstention, and 7 nays. Are there other motions?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board direct staff to amend the Shirlington Special General Land Use Plan Study Plus and Concept Plan to articulate design guidelines to specifically require welcoming entrances to buildings along the periphery, including step backs and tapering, to avoid the creation of the appearance of a walled village.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Guerin. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think we heard from several commissioners about this, so I think I'll refrain. I think.
Yes, indeed, we did hear. Commissioner Siegel, would you like to speak to this?
You're asking me to?
You were unmuted.
No, nothing to say. I'm going to support the motion, although I guess given the failure of number 1, I'm not sure it's necessary. Nevertheless, it certainly is something I fully support.
Indeed, I think I share your sentiments. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this, or are we ready for a vote on this motion? I'm looking, and if I'm missing you, wave your hand. Okay. All right, we're ready for a vote on this motion. And again, we'll go in alphabetical order. Commissioner Bagley, aye or nay?
Aye.
Guerin, aye. Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Hey, look at us. The motion passed unanimously. Are there any other motions, or are we ready to get back to the main motion?
There's no more, I have no more motions on that, Madam Chair, unless others do.
Okay. Looking around my virtual table to see if anybody else has any motions on any of these issues that were outstanding from the discussion. I do not see any. Okay. In the absence of any other motions, we're ready to take a vote on our main motion. Commissioner Schroll, would you read it again, and then I'll take the vote?
As, Madam Chair, it's a main motion as amended.
As amended, thank you.
Which is that I move that the Planning Commission recommend the County Board that they adopt the attached resolution, Attachment 1, to adopt the Shirlington Special General Land Use Plan Study Plus and Concept Plan as shown in Attachment A included in the staff report dated dated June 24, 2020, and with the further amendment that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board direct staff to amend the Shirlington Special General Land Use Plan Study Plus and Concept Plan to articulate design guidelines to specifically require welcoming entrances to buildings along the periphery, including step backs and tapering to avoid the creation of a walled village.
Excellent, thank you. So we'll go around the table. Commissioner Bagley, aye or nay?
Aye.
Guerin, aye. Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Great, we did it again. Unanimous. Ready for another motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that they adopt the attached resolution, Attachment 2, to amend the GLUP map and booklet as shown in Attachment 2 and Attachment B, as shown in the staff report dated June 24th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second. Leo.
Thank you, Commissioner Sarli. Motion by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Sarli. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Hughes?
Was not seeking recognition. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Any discussion on? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go around for a vote on this. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Guerin, aye. Hughes?
Aye.
Lantelmi?
Aye.
Morton?
Aye.
Patel?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye.
Sarli?
Aye.
Schroll?
Aye.
Siegel?
Aye.
Steinberger?
Aye.
Weir?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote's unanimous. Are there any more motions?
One more motion, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that they adopt the attached resolution to authorize advertisements, Attachment 3, for notice of public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board to consider GLUP amendments for a portion of the area of the village at Shirlington, generally bounded by Arlington Mill Drive to the north, South Randolph Street to the south, Interstate 395 to the east, and the Arlington County Trade Center to the west, concurrent with consideration of appropriate PDSP amendments and site plan and rezoning applications associated with each site as shown in Attachment C of the staff report dated June 24th, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. That's Commissioner Morton.
Thank you, Commissioner Morton. Motion by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Morton. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we're ready for a vote. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Guerin, aye. Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Morton?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Siegel?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Thank you. That was unanimous. Are there any other motions?
No.
And from anyone else, is there anything else? All right. Thank you. With that, I believe we've finished our review of this item. I want to thank staff, Ms. Rhodes, Mr. Kreider, and others. This was a long process and very comprehensive. I want to thank members of the community, especially those who spoke tonight, and also Pam Van Hine from Pedestrian Advisory Committee, who sent in a lot of detailed comments to make for a thoughtful discussion. I want to thank the applicants and Commissioner Schroll for helping lead this discussion. A couple of things I just want to say in closing for our meeting tonight. We will take up our organizational matters and other business at our meeting in September. Thank you to everyone for your time, consideration, and patience this evening. The items heard this evening are expected to go to the County Board on July 18th and 21st. Our Planning Commissioner, Tenley Peterson, will represent the PC at those County Board hearings. Many staff labored to make this virtual meeting run smoothly. Thanks to all of you, and as always, special thanks to our clerk, Ms. Johnson, and to the SPRC supervisor, Matt Pfeiffer. Thank you, planning commissioners, for your accommodations, meeting earlier at our temporary 6 p.m. start time. I know this is challenging for many of you with 9-to-5 work or small children or teenagers or both. And special thanks to Commissioners Peterson and Commissioners Morton, who have been invaluable moving forward with our virtual meeting challenges. Commissioner Peterson is leading the virtual process for 101 12th Street. Please get your comments to her per her messages. And Commissioner Morton is working with staff on our evolving SPRC processes, working hard to represent our various viewpoints. I've personally been awed by their organization, competence, and professionalism. As always, it is my pleasure and honor to work with all of you. And with that, the Commission stands in recess until September.